Chapter 01, The Deal. Huff, huff. A figure dragged itself across the sand. The sun was setting, bathing the world in shades of amber and gold. It was beautiful, perfect, even the kind of sunset that made people stop and stare, that made them write poetry or take pictures or call their loved ones. Huff, huff. The figure's name was Adam Scylla. Today, Adam had decided he was going to die. By drowning, specifically. It was supposed to be peaceful, poetic even. Just him, the waves, and that perfect sunset. Instead, he'd somehow managed to get attacked by a troll. A troll, of all things, on his carefully chosen quiet beach. The irony that he'd fought so hard to stay alive against something that could have done his job for him wasn't lost on him. But getting his head repeatedly smashed against rocks hadn't been part of the plan. He had standards. After all, except now his body had failed him. Again, just as he'd finally dealt with the troll and worked up the courage. To finish things properly, the chair's systems had crashed. And now here he was, crawling through blood-stained sand, unable even to die right. The final reading of the connected wheelchair flashed through his mind. Critical system, failure, monostability, 12%, dangerous. Neural sync, Aaron, life support, offline, Conxing lost. At least he'd made it to the beach. He couldn't breathe right. Each gasp tore through his lungs like broken glass, leaving the taste of blood in his mouth. The sand felt wrong under his hands, coarse and wet, with something that wasn't just seawater. His legs wouldn't work, hadn't worked since the fall. Or maybe it was the explosion. Everything after the screaming started was a blur. He forced another handful of sand behind him, dragging his body forward. The sea breeze carried salt and rot, and the beach stretched out ahead, empty except for the bodies. So many bodies. The tide was trying to take them, pulling at uniforms and civilian clothes alike. A knight's armor, somehow still pristine except for the dark stains, bobbed in the surf. War didn't care about perfect sunsets or final moments. War just left things broken. Another push, another few inches gained. His chest hurt. The diagnostic warnings had gone quiet minutes ago, or hours. Time wasn't working right anymore, just a little more. His voice also didn't sound right anymore. Too weak, too old. Each word cost him more breath than he could spare, but the silence was worse. The silence meant hearing the waves lap against dead things. Something massive lay half submerged near the pier, probably a leviathan. Best not to look at it. Best not to remember what it did before the artillery finally brought it down. Best not to think about the sounds it made. Blood dripped onto sand, his blood this time. A cough racked his body, and for a moment the world went dark around the edges. It hurt so much, but he kept crawling. One hand in front of the other, away from the bodies, away from the thing in the water, away, just a little more. He could almost hear the echoes of laughter, see the ghostly outlines of those long-gone structures. The phantom sensation of sand between his toes, the warmth of the sun on his skin, the salty air that engulfed his lungs. All these memories washed over him, as relentless and bittersweet as the tide itself. 79 years of life, a lifetime, for most an eternity for some. Few were those who could boast of such longevity, and fewer still who'd want to, given the circumstances. Adam Scylla's case was, to put it mildly, a surprise to everyone, himself included. At 79 years old, Adam had been sick for 67 of those years. A record, perhaps, though not one anyone would be eager to claim. It had started when he was 12, a persistent cough that refused to go away. By 13, he was spending more time in hospital beds than his own. The disease, a rare magical malady that fed on his very life, force, and mana pool, had been his constant companion ever since. Despite the odds, Adam had carved out a brilliant career as a mage. Was it talent? Determination? Or just sheer, pig-headed stubbornness? Whatever the reason, the man had refused to give up, even as his body slowly crumbled around him. He outlived so many people. Family, friends, acquaintances, had accomplished so many things as a mage. Yet, Adam felt he had nothing but disappointments to show for it. Disappointments in himself, in others, and something else. Something he couldn't quite put his finger on. Oh well, it would come back to him later. If there was a later, there wouldn't be unfulfilled dreams too. So many of those. This was Sam's dream, actually. To die by the beach. His vision blurred, then sharpened suddenly, mind crystallizing with a clarity he hadn't felt in years. Ah, Sam. There was a name he hadn't heard or pronounced in. How long? Like mother, like father. All long gone now, so long. He couldn't even remember their faces anymore. Just impressions, feelings, the ghost of memories that refused to fade. A bird picked at something that might have been a decapitated head nearby. Right there, that exact spot. That's where he'd had his first ice cream. Every Sunday, Mother and Father would bring him here. And there, where that massive thing lay dead in the water, that's where his mana had manifested for the first time. This is so cool. The echo of a voice, young and excited. Sam, his best friend back then. What had happened between them? They'd been so close. He could still hear Sam's voice, the way he'd tease him constantly, how they'd practice dueling behind the school, how they'd get beaten up by the stronger kids just because. Just like that, he should have stood up to them. Should have stood up. The words came out as a wheeze, followed by another cough. Ah, there it was, the something else he couldn't remember earlier. Regrets. Yes, that's what his life could be reduced to. They piled up like the bodies on this beach, didn't they? His hearing started to fade, replaced by the thundering of his own heart. Thump, 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 thump. Each beat slower than the last, a countdown he knew too well, sweet mixed with blood on his face, despite the cool breeze. Above, a shadow circled, patient, waiting. Thump, thump. 56 heart attacks throughout his life. 56 near-death experiences. Not many people could put that on their resume. Each one had taken something from him. A bit of liver here, kidney function there, pieces of himself left behind in hospital rooms that became more familiar than his own bedroom. His arms shook as he tried to pull himself forward again. Failed. You never really appreciate your legs until you wake up one morning in your third favorite hospital room and can't feel them anymore. Puts things into perspective. Watching nurses wheel you past the playground you used to run in. Watching life continue while yours just stopped. Thump! Thump! His heart beat defiantly, a stubborn percussion against the approaching silence. Adam forced himself forward, his movements even more desperate than before. Thump! Thump! The bird's shadow grew larger. The sea was right there. He could smell the salt, feel the spray on his face. He just needed to make it a little further, to feel the water fill his lungs, to let the waves carry him into the abyss. Thump! Thump! The heartbeat slowed, each pulse feeling like it might be the last. Adam's fingers finally touched the water's edge, but it was a hollow victory. His hearing dulled, the sound of the waves fading to a distant roar. Thump! Everything was going black. Adam felt himself slipping away, consciousness flickering like a candle in the wind. Thump! And then, nothing. A peculiar lightness spread through his limbs. His fingers wouldn't move anymore. No matter how much he willed them to, his chest felt like concrete had been poured into it, heavy and still. The world tilted sideways, or maybe his head had. Sand pressed against his cheek, each grain suddenly fascinating in its clarity. Just a little more. His hands trembled one final time, then stilled. Through dimming vision, he watched the bird land near his face. Its talons left tiny imprints in the blood-stained sand. So this was it. He'd become another feast, another corpse among the others. The bird cocked its head, studying him with one bright eye. Number 57 did the trick, it seemed. Go ahead, he thought, unable to form the words anymore. At least, something good can come from this. The bird hopped closer, beak aimed at his eye. Then, inexplicably, it spread its wings and took flight, abandoning him there in the sand. What? Not good enough for you either? Something shifted beside him. Not a shadow. There was no shadow to be seen, but a presence as real as the sand beneath his cheek. The smell of incense cut through the salt and rot, filling Adam's nose, and there were red flowers suddenly growing all around him. Chrysanthemum, by the look of it. Was that magic? Hallucination? He could not feel any mana, though, but then again he could not feel anything. Hallucination it is, then. Good evening, said a calm, almost cheerful feminine voice. Beautiful sunset today, isn't it? The clouds are particularly lovely, all those shades of purple and gold. You don't often see them mix quite like that. Huh? Though I must say, she continued, the monster birds are being rather picky today. Usually they're not so discriminating about their dinner choices. A strange calm washed over Adam, despite the situation, despite his stillness, despite everything. The voice intrigued him, melodious, warm like honey in summer. She must be beautiful, he thought. An elf, perhaps? No, that sweet tone. And here by the sea, a mermaid? Were those still around these days? He hadn't heard of one being spotted since the wars began. To his surprise, when he tried to speak, words actually formed. His voice was weak, barely above a whisper, but it was there, though he couldn't feel his lips moving anymore. How strange. Who are you? He still couldn't see her, couldn't turn his head. Just the sand, the darkening sky, and that lingering scent of incense mixing with the salt air. Adam heard her sigh. Not an exasperated sound, but something almost fond. Oh, Adam, I'm a bit disappointed you don't recognize me, she said. But I understand. It's always different, face to face. Do I know you? A soft chuckle, like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. Well, I know you. We've met many times before. A pause. 56 times, to be exact. This would be our 57th encounter. Silence stretched between them, broken only by the distant waves. Understanding dawned slowly, like the last rays of the setting sun. You seem shocked, she said, amusement coloring her voice. Why? You quite literally invited this encounter. It's not every day we get to talk to you. He felt, more than heard her, settling beside him in the sand, a movement without substance. After a moment of comfortable silence, she spoke again. Rise, Adam Silla. Suddenly he was light, impossibly wonderfully light, like a dandelion seed caught in a summer breeze, and there, just below, lay himself. Blue eyes stared unseeing at the darkening sky, mouth slightly parted, skin already taking on that peculiar waxy quality that belonged exclusively to the dead. One hand still reached toward the sea, fingers half curled, as if trying to grasp something just out of reach. What a strange thing to see your own corpse, like stumbling across a wax figure of yourself in an abandoned museum. Familiar yet fundamentally wrong. He'd always wondered how others saw him. Mirrors showed you what you expected to see. Photographs captured moments rather than truth. But this was different. This was real. The old man on the sand looked smaller than he'd imagined. Thinner. Years of illness had carved deep lines around his eyes and mouth, but there was something else there too. A stubborn set to his jaw that even death couldn't quite erase. His white hair, still thick, despite everything, was matted with sand and blood and troll drool. The mechanical chair lay broken several yards back, its pieces scattered like fallen autumn leaves. His first reaction was shock. Surely that couldn't be him. But then, a sigh escaped him, followed by something that might have been a smile. The tension he'd carried for 67 years finally began to ease from his shoulders. He turned to look at her properly for the first time, and, oh, she looked human, and yet clearly wasn't, like a painting of a person that somehow stepped out of its frame, too perfect to be real. Her skin was sun-kissed bronze hue, seeming to absorb the dying sunlight rather than reflect it. Hair white as the whitest of moons flowed around her face as if underwater, defying gravity in gentle waves. A midnight blue robe draped her form like liquid shadow, moving with impossible grace even in the stillness. Her features were regal, elegant, high cheekbones, full lips curved in a gentle smile, a straight nose that would have made ancient sculptors weep. "I didn't expect you to look like this. Who would have?" She turned to him then, and Adam found himself staring into eyes that contained entire universes. Deep green pools filled with spinning galaxies and dying stars. Her smile widened slightly. "Everyone sees me differently," she said. "Some see an old man with a beard, others a young boy or young girl, a grim reaper with a scythe, a wolf, a bright light." She chuckled, the sound like distant wind chimes. "Some people even saw me as a truck." Even her laugh was elegant. Adam noticed. "I'm not unhappy with this form, I must say," she added, running a hand through her cosmic hair. "It suits the evening, don't you think?" "It does," he agreed, watching the sun sink lower. It was strange. He had no lungs to breathe with, yet he could feel the air. No skin to feel with, yet the breeze touched him. No nose to smell with, yet the incense scent lingered. But apparently, even as a soul, his legs still didn't work. Seriously, as the sun dipped closer to the horizon, he asked, "When do we go? What do you mean? You came here to take me, didn't you?" She traced patterns in the sand with a finger that left no marks. "Did I? What do you mean?" Adam then drew in what felt like a breath. Funny how those habits lingered even without a body. He wanted to say something. "I'm ready." The words were difficult to push out, weighted with all his regrets and unfinished business. He wasn't ready, not really. But at least this confirmed something, didn't it? An afterlife, the possibility of seeing them all again, make amends. Mother, father, Sam, everyone. Wait, the realization hit him like a bucket of ice water. Adam had never believed in any of the old gods or the new ones. Had actively rejected them all, in fact. If there was an afterlife, then there was probably everything else, too. Paradise and its rather uncomfortable alternative. Oh no. He looked at the woman beside him, suddenly very aware that he might have seriously miscalculated his entire philosophical stance on existence. Adam gulped audibly. The daunting question lodged somewhere in his non-existent throat. She smiled at him then. "Do you really want to go?" Confusion washed over Adam. He turned back to look at his body lying in the sand, then at her, then back at the body again. There was no ambiguity there, no rise and fall of the chest, no flutter of pulse at the throat, not even the smallest twitch of muscle. That was, without question, a corpse. His corpse, dead as dead could be. "Do I have a choice?" he asked slowly, the words coming out uncertain and slightly baffled. The lady's smile curved into something more enigmatic. "Well," she said, "I have a deal for you." A deal, not suspicious at all. No matter what the fairy tales said about absolutely never striking deals with mysterious cosmic beings. Very normal. "What kind of deal?" he asked anyway, his spectral voice cautious. "A second chance," she said simply. "To go back, live your life again. Make different choices. Be happier." The words felt unreal at first. Adam's non-existent heart seemed to stop all over again. The sunset, the beach, even his own corpse. Everything blurred around him as her words echoed in his mind. Go back? The images flashed through his consciousness in a torrent. The day the bombs fell, the screams of people, as magic tore reality apart. His father's last breath in his arms, as the healing spells failed one by one. The burning cities, the mass graves, the dead marches, the endless refugee camps. The final devastating war that had turned the world into a wasteland. As mages unleashed powers that should have remained forbidden. He'd watched it all crumble, watched as humanity tore itself apart, watched as the fairy realms collapsed, as corruption poisoned everything good, as hope itself died. A slow, agonizing death. He'd lived long enough to see the last tree wither, the last clean river turn toxic, lived to see the world dungeon rise, and now this being was offering him a chance to. His mind couldn't even process it, the sheer magnitude of what she was suggesting, the possibility of maybe, just maybe. His ghostly form trembled. All his carefully constructed acceptance, his hard-won peace with death, his resignation to the end, it all shattered like glass. A second chance. Those 3 words contained everything he'd ever wanted, and everything he'd forced himself to stop hoping for. What? Was all Adam managed to whisper. Another thought cut through his shock. Everything had a price. What was death's? As if reading his thoughts. And perhaps she was. She spoke. You're wondering about the cost. She drew patterns in the air with her finger, leaving trails of stardust that formed and reformed into spiraling galaxies. But there isn't one. This moment right here was always meant to be. She gestured at the darkening horizon. Whatever happens to you has been waiting to happen since the beginning of time. Every tear, every loss, every moment of despair, it shaped you. Her voice grew gentle. You're not here to correct a mistake, Adam. You're here because this is exactly where you're supposed to be. Think of it less as a second chance, and more as the next step in your journey. Why me? Adam asked, his voice small against the vastness of what she offered. I was just a mage. But not. He gestured helplessly at nothing and everything, not nearly enough to change whatever's coming, not powerful enough to stop all that. Why not? She replied. Others have walked this path before you. A simple farmer once changed the course of history, and all he wanted was to grow wheat. She turned to face the sea again. If you could go back, with all your memories intact, what kind of man would you be, Adam Silla? Adam considered her question. Really considered it. He wanted everything he did not have the pleasure to experience in his life. He wanted to travel the world, go on adventures, eat the most succulent meals, to drink the most bizarre drinks, talk and befriend people of all intelligent races, visit their lands, experience their culture. Adam wanted to live, simply live. But then a flicker of fear crossed his spectral features. In order for him to do that, there would need to be a world to begin with. So, would he be burdened with the mission of stopping that? He felt the fear of failure, fear of watching it all crumble again, fear of being too weak, too late, too little. But then something else kindled in his eyes, a spark of defiance, bright and sharp as the first star appearing in the darkening sky. The same defiance that had kept him studying when others said magic was beyond him after the illness. The same fire that had made him push forward when his body wouldn't work. The same stubborn light that had kept him fighting long after hope had died. The spark that, even after everything, had never quite gone out. Yes, she said, satisfaction in her voice. That is exactly what you need to feel. Adam confirmed then that she was indeed reading his thoughts, though he had no actual head anymore. So she was reading his... What exactly? The metaphysical implications were starting to give him a metaphysical headache. She rose to her feet, and Adam found himself looking up and up and up. She seemed to stretch into infinity, her robes merging with the darkening sky, stars dancing in their folds. She extended her hand down to him, a hand that somehow remained elegant and human-sized, despite her cosmic proportions. "Accept the deal," she said, her voice now echoing all over the space. "Fight for the world you would like to live in." Her voice grew softer, gentler. "And when it's all over, when all is said and done, and you have completed a hopefully long, satisfying life." She paused, her star-filled eyes warm. "Then I will take you." Being promised collection by this entity, even one who looked like a beautiful lady, should not have felt reassuring. Yet somehow it only made Adam more determined to make that meeting as distant as possible. He smiled and reached for her hand. It felt like touching starlight and shadow at once, warm and cool, solid and ethereal, impossibly ancient and perfectly present. Deal. The moment their hands clasped, everything, the beach, the sunset, his corpse, even death herself, simply ceased. No fade to white, no dramatic flash, just sudden, complete nothingness. No up or down, no light or dark, no sound or silence, not even the concept of empty space. Just nothing. Through the nothingness, her voice came one last time. "Make it count. Adam Silla. Sex." Adam floated in the nothingness, formless and senseless. Time lost all meaning. He couldn't tell if seconds or eons had passed. The emptiness was absolute, oppressive. Then a flicker, a pinprick of awareness in the endless. It grew, expanding like a bubble in the void. Suddenly, glowing blue text materialized before him. System. Initializing. The words hung there, impossibly bright in what was now darkness. More text appeared, each line bringing a surge of sensation back to Adam's formless, conscious name. Adam Silla. Race. Human. Life force. 100-100. Class. Mage. Date 5th of Sapin. 847 AR. As the last line faded, reality crashed back into existence around him. The first thing that came back was sensation. A dull throb that seemed to exist everywhere and nowhere at once. Then pressure, the weight of his own body, real and solid and impossibly heavy. His lungs burned as they remembered how to breathe, each heartbeat thundering in his ears like a drum. Consciousness trickled in like water through a cracked dam. Dead? Poke him with a stick. Your wand away before? The voices faded in and out, mixing with the ringing in his ears. Mr. Silla? Everything felt too much. The cold wetness on his face, the taste of blood in his mouth, the hard ground beneath him, the scratch of rough fabrics against his skin. His nerve endings fired all at once, relearning what it meant to be alive. Dom? Adam? Leave him. Should we get the... Breathing, look! His eyelids flickered, impossibly heavy. Light stabbed at his retinas, making the world swim in blurry patches of color. Something shifted nearby, shadows moving against brightness. Mr. Silla? Can you hear me? The world slowly began to arrange itself into recognizable shapes, like a painting coming into focus. The ringing in his ears faded to a distant hum, replaced by the clear voices of... The world swam in and out of focus, faces hovering above him. Faces he'd forgotten he once knew, faces that had haunted his dreams for decades. This was like watching a memory play out, except... Attribute unlocked. Regressor's memory. The memories crashed into Adam like a tidal wave. The beach, death, her star-filled eyes. The deal! The deal! Ah! He jolted upright, earning a chorus of startled gasps from the crowd around him. I think you broke him. Damus. His head whipped left, then right, taking in the sea of young faces staring at him like he'd grown a second head. They all looked so small, so unbearably young. Strong hands gripped his shoulders, steadying him. Easy there, Mr. Silla. You need to breathe. That was quite the hit you took during the duel. The adult voice paused, hardening slightly. For which you will come and see me in my office. Mr. Lightbringer.Adam heard a tesk somewhere in the crowd. It worked. It really worked. Wait. He squinted at the man holding his shoulders. Who was... the stern face, the scarred face that could only come from battle, the silver-streaked beard, Crowley. Professor Crowley. His heart hammered against his ribs. There was Damus Lightbringer, standing awkwardly to the side, looking so young it hurt, no scar carved into his face, no hollow darkness in his eyes. Just a boy who'd cast a spell too powerful for a practice duel, the 5th of Sapin, the day he'd spent a day in the infirmary because little Damus couldn't control his temper. Look at him, that little... Adam? Adam's eyes widened. That voice, that impossible voice. He turned slowly, looking past Crowley, and there was Sam, alive, whole, young, stupid, wonderful Sam, with his crooked grin and worried eyes, his ginger hair, catching the sunlight like copper wire. Adam's trembling fingers found his own face, smooth, impossibly elastic skin, the sharp sting where Damus's spell had hit him, cool water droplets still clinging to his cheeks. He felt the roundness there, the absence of decades of worry lines. Young. He was young. A laugh bubbled up from somewhere deep inside him, wild and uncontrolled, bordering on hysterical. Did he hit his head? Should we get the healer? He's gone mental. Adam? Sam's voice cut through the whispers, concerned. Are you all right? Adam threw his head back and shouted to the sky, not caring how crazy he looked, not caring about anything except the air in his young lungs and the beating of his restored heart. I'm back. Yeah, definitely broke him. Damus. Chapter 02. The Rules of Street Fighting. What is your name, young man? Nobody had called him young in ages. The thought made Adam chuckle, earning him a sharp look from the nurse, a movement. Near the door caught his attention. The nurse's familiar, a large sunhound whose name danced frustratingly at the edge of his memory. What was his name again? Buddy? Bailey? Something with B. The creature was watching him with unusual intensity, his head tilted in that peculiar way animals do when they sense something isn't quite right. Adam Scylla, ma'am. The words came automatically while his eyes wandered, trying not to meet the sunhound's unnervingly perceptive gaze. The infirmary smelled exactly as he remembered. Bitter herbs and sweet-scented healing potions, with that underlying tang of antiseptic magic that always made his nose itch. Afternoon light streamed through tall windows, catching dust motes that danced in the air and making the sunhound's fur shimmer like gold. He'd forgotten about those windows, how they filled the room with golden light at this hour. Is something wrong? Biscuit? The nurse asked, noticing her familiar's unusual behavior. Biscuit. That was it. The name clicked into place in Adam's mind with an almost physical sensation of relief. The sunhound's nose twitched, and Adam could feel the creature's innate magic reaching out, sensing something different. Something changed. Sunhounds were known for their ability to detect illness and magical anomalies. It was why they made such excellent familiars for healers. But surely it couldn't. Adam looked away. There were the familiar white curtains separating the beds, starched, so stiffly they could probably stand on their own. And those shelves, rows upon rows of colored bottles, their contents shimmering with barely contained alchemy. Blue for mana restoration, red for blood replenishment, that peculiar shade of green for bone mending. And what day is it? 5th of Sapin. His gaze caught on the ceiling beams, dark wood, worn smooth by centuries of magic. How many generations of students had laid here, staring up at those same beams? Year? 847 after restoration. He'd always wondered about that crack in the third beam that looked exactly like a dragon. Strange how some memories stay with you. Crystal clear. While others, and who is our current Archmage? Sir Gaius the... Adam caught himself just in time. Sergius the dead, his mind supplied. Sergius the betrayed. Sergius whose body would be found in 3 years after the wise, he finished smoothly. The nurse, Miss Thornhart, that was her name. Narrowed her eyes at his hesitation. She'd been old when he was young, the first time. Her hair already steel gray and pulled back in that severe bun. But her hands were steady as she held up her wand, its tip glowing with diagnostic light. Ah, wands! He hadn't seen one in years. They'd fallen out of fashion in his time as wand and staff users became increasingly rare. Not by choice, of course. Hard to maintain a tradition when most of its practitioners were dead. Wands were mainly used by those who struggled with manual spell weaving, the spell dyslexic, as some unkindly called them, and first years, just starting to learn the basics of magic. The runic inscriptions helped focus and guide the mana flow that some mages couldn't naturally control with their hands. So strange seeing one here now. So strange seeing everything here, Miss Thornhart sighed, finally lowering her wand. He seems perfectly fine, Professor Crowley. Just a mild concussion. A night's rest should set him right. Professor Crowley shifted uncomfortably, his dark robes rustling. Are you certain this isn't a case of... He hesitated, then leaned closer to Miss Thornhart's ear. Possession? The nurse's expression hardened. That was the first thing I checked when you brought him in, babbling about being back. The diagnostic showed nothing unusual. No foreign essences, no spiritual intrusion. He's perfectly normal. Crowley turned to Adam, his bushy eyebrows furrowed. Then what was that about, young man? That shout about being back? Adam managed what he hoped was a suitably embarrassed smile. I got knocked out, sir. Wasn't thinking straight when I came to. He couldn't exactly tell them. He'd traveled decades back in time. They'd either think he was mentally unstable, and wouldn't that be an interesting first day back? Or assume he was making light of serious magical principles. Or worse, label him a deviant. The 3 absolute rules of magic were drilled into every mage from their first day. Nothing is created. Everything is transformed. Death is irreversible. Time is uncontrollable. These weren't just theoretical principles, they were fundamental laws that defined the boundaries between responsible magic use and dangerous deviation. Breaking them wasn't just impossible. The mere suggestion of trying marked you as someone who couldn't be trusted with magic. Luckily enough, even the mad respected these boundaries. The last recorded attempt to break them was some 800 years ago. A rather unfortunate case of skill issue, as modern mages would say. So at least no one's first thought, upon hearing him say, I'm back, would be time travel. Time travel, in particular, was considered dangerous nonsense, the kind of thing that got you funny looks, in the better cases, and serious discussions about your fitness to study magic in the worse ones. For the absolute worst case, as a deviant, you'd find yourself having a very final discussion with the Mage Council's executioner. They were quite efficient about it, too. No dramatic trials, no last words, just a very quick solution to a very dangerous problem. Adam almost smiled at the irony. He'd spent years believing the same thing, dismissing the very notion as absurd. Then he broke the second and third rules an hour ago, which in itself would be fine to explain, if he could prove it, not that he could, or should. That would involve explaining things to people who solved magical anomalies by removing them permanently. Well, in their defense, when entire civilizations are wiped out, overnight, and continents reshape themselves because someone decided to be innovative with these rules, you tend to take them seriously. The Fourth Age ended that way, and the Third, and the Second. The ruins of those ancient magical societies stood as silent warnings, their perfectly circular voids in reality still studied by modern mages. so their zealousness in enforcing these rules was understandable. Must have been quite a knock to the head, Crowley muttered, not quite convinced. You have no idea. Adam grinned, then noticed both adults staring at him with unsettled expressions. Right. Teenagers didn't usually respond to authority figures with knowing grins. He swung his legs off the bed. I'm leaving now. The words were out before he could stop them, and he immediately saw Professor Crowley's eyebrows shoot up, while Miss Thornhart's lips pressed into a thin line. Decades of being an accomplished mage, of making his own decisions, of being the authority figure. He'd completely forgotten how these interactions were supposed to go. Students didn't announce their departures to professors. They asked permission. Basic manners that had been drilled into him as a child, now completely forgotten in the habits of adulthood. Adam caught himself and cleared his throat, fighting back another inappropriate grin. I mean, may I be excused, Miss Thornhart, Professor? The nurse's expression had shifted from stern to oddly curious, while Crowley was looking at him as if he'd grown a second head. Adam gestured vaguely at his own temple, forcing an apologetic smile. The concussion, remember? The excuse was becoming quite convenient, really. Biscuit finally seemed to make up his mind. Padding over to Adam and pressing his warm nose against his hand. Whatever the Sunhound had sensed earlier appeared to have been dismissed as non-threatening, though Miss Thornhart's thoughtful expression suggested she'd be keeping a closer eye on her newest patient, much to Adam's displeasure. You may go, Mr. Scylla. Please be careful, and you do not have to come to tomorrow's practice. Get some rest. Thank you, Professor. And then Adam ran. He ran. Here's the thing about running. When you've spent decades barely able to walk, dragging yourself around in a wheelchair, watching your body betray you bit by bit. Well, running becomes something of a dream, a half-forgotten memory that makes your heart ache. Young people at the Zerk's Celestial Academy of Mystical Arts, or for short Zerks, took it for granted. This ability to just pick up your feet and move, to feel the wind in your face, to cover distance with nothing but the strength of your own legs. Adam ran through the courtyard, his feet pounding against the ancient stones. Past startled students with their various familiars. Zerks had only one rule about familiars. As long as it didn't burn or kill other students or furniture and could fit in a classroom, it was allowed. That was 2 rules. Anyway, students stared at the weird kid sprinting and laughing like a maniac. He didn't care. He ran in place, feeling his muscles respond instantly. Perfectly, no pain, no stiffness, no betrayal. Just pure, beautiful motion. The late afternoon sun cast the academy's white towers in gold, their spiral tips reaching into the cloudy sky like they always had. Scylla. Someone greeted with a nod, while another called out, "Watch it, Scylla," as he nearly collided with them. He waved a quick apology, laughing as he ran on. Snatches of conversation followed him. Is he racing death? And a few curious glances turned his way. Children who would become colleagues, rivals, friends, some even enemies. But right now, they were just confused teenagers, watching another teenager have what appeared to be a mental breakdown in the middle of the school grounds. It felt like flying. It felt like freedom. It felt like a dream, except it wasn't a dream. And that was even better. Hey, Shrimp! Adam stopped automatically, his body responding before his mind could intervene. What was that called again? Ah, yes, reflexes. And in this case, it seemed his body was still wired in a way that made him answer to specific things still. A habit he would have to correct soon. He turned around, still panting, still smiling, to see Damas approaching with his usual entourage. They were talking among themselves, snickering, not really evil. Just kids drunk on the power of being in the right group, at the right time, with the right leader, Damus Lightbringer. Now there was a story. Heir to House Lightbringer, descendant of the last Sword Saint, and one of the most talented student in their promotion. Everyone knew who he was. How could they not? His magical potential was off the charts, and he had the kind of natural charisma that drew people to him like moths to flame. Adam and Damus had known each other practically since birth. Their fathers, Duke Jasper Lightbringer and Arthur Silla, had been adventurers together, part of the Jolly Jumper Party. They'd even survived being trapped in the Midnight Labyrinth, an infamous dungeon, for 3 years, and came out of it as its conquerors. The stories about them were still told in taverns across the continent. Funny thing was, Adam couldn't quite pinpoint when Damus had changed. The two of them been close as children, practically brothers. Then they came to Xerx together. And something shifted. It started small. A joke here, a comment there. Always about Adam's insecurities. Always in front of others. The friendly sparring matches that left bruises. The way he'd wait until others were watching before pulling his little pranks. And of course, there was the nickname, Shrimp. How lovely. Though to be fair, looking down at his current body, Adam had to admit he was rather scrawny at this age. All knees and elbows and absolutely zero muscle. No wonder Damus had started calling him that. Wait, started? Was starting? Time travel really did mess with your verb tenses. They crowded around him, that special kind of teenage intimidation, disguised as playful roughhousing. Marcus Blackthorn grabbed him in a headlock, ruffling his hair with knuckles just a bit too hard to be friendly. Finn Cooper and Leon Walsh flanked them, creating that familiar wall of bodies that always made escape impossible. Man, you really got your ass handed to you. Marcus laughed, still not letting go. For a moment there, I thought you were dead. Crowley's got some nerve, Leon added, his freckled face split in a grin. Matching you with Damus. Everyone knows he's the best fighter in 2nd year. There we go. 3rd year, too. Finn chimed in, always the eager one. Remember when he beat Jules from 3rd year in practice? 3rd year? Really? 5th year, Marcus added, finally releasing Adam. Don't forget about Catherine from 5th year. It was a miracle their noses weren't brown yet from all the licking. Damus stood slightly apart, that familiar half-smile on his face as he watched his friends roughhouse with Adam. He had that look, the one that said he was above it all while secretly orchestrating every moment. Sorry about that spell from earlier, Shrimp, he finally said. He always insisted on finishing all his sentences addressed to Adam with that word. Then came the usual patronizing remarks. You had it coming, though. Your footwork's terrible. No wonder you keep falling. Good old Damus. So predictable. Ooh, there goes that half-smile again. This meant it was time for the false sympathy. In 3, 2, 1. Hope you're not holding a grudge, are you? Shrimp, Adam finished, earning him the widened eyes of Damus and his fanboys. It was strange. Back then, now, when all this started, Adam had refused to believe Damus could be like this. They'd shared too many childhood memories, too many secret adventures. Then, gradually, that disbelief had turned into fear and anger, mostly at himself for never fighting back, for letting it happen. It was also, as Adam only now realized, the reason he hated eating shrimps, the taste of them, the sight of them, the word itself. It always reminded him of how passive he was, back then when clearly he had no reason to be. Others would end up paying the price for that passive acceptance, unfortunately. But now? Looking at Damus, Adam felt more baffled than anything else. How had he ever been intimidated by this? Because this was just a kid. A privileged kid with that spiky blonde hair that used to be the trend at this point in time. God. It looked ridiculous now that he saw it again, his face. was scattered with acne that no amount of magical remedies seemed to cure. His uniform was perfectly pressed. Of course, couldn't have the Lightbringer air, looking anything less than perfect, but his tie was deliberately loose in that "I'm too cool to care" way that took at least 10 minutes to get right. Just another noble kid with pimples playing at being a big shot, really. Funny how perspective changes everything. "What are you looking at?" Adam smiled. "A window." "Actually, you should avoid scratching those," he said, gesturing vaguely at Damus's face. "Moonweaver Apothecary makes this really effective magical ointment for acne. Not very well known, but it works wonders." Marcus, Finn, and Leon froze, their heads swiveling back and forth between Adam and Damus. Their expressions shifted from confusion to shock to something approaching horror. Ah, right. The unwritten rule. Thou shalt not mention Damus Lightbringer's skin condition. Ever. It was like the sun. Everyone saw it. Everyone knew about it. But nobody dared speak of it, not even to offer help. Especially not to offer help. Damus's eyes went wide, and his face was turning a fascinating shade of red that had nothing to do with acne. "What did you say?" Damus's voice was low, his eyes darting around to check if anyone had dared to laugh. "Oh," Adam said, raising his voice to ensure perfect clarity across the courtyard. "I said," he inspired then, "you should avoid scratching your acne." He enunciated each word with deliberate precision. "And that Moonweaver Apothecary makes a really effective magical ointment for it. Not very well known, but it works wonders." The words rang out across the suddenly silent courtyard. A few students who hadn't heard the first time stopped to stare. Someone gasped. A group of third years paused their conversation, mid-sentence. Adam maintained eye contact with Damus, his expression perfectly neutral, as if he'd just commented on the weather rather than committed what amounted to social suicide in the hierarchy of Zerks. One might argue there was no need for this. Adam was technically an adult now, and stooping to teenager-level provocations seemed beneath him. But this was long overdue. Because here's the thing about letting people treat you however they want. You're not just setting your own boundaries. Sometimes you're teaching them how to treat others around you. Adam's passivity, his weakness, his desperate hope that things would get better if he just endured it quietly. All of that had consequences. Consequences that extended far beyond his own suffering. Sam, it started in their third year. The signs were all there, crystal clear in hindsight. Sam switched rooms suddenly. Made excuses not to be seen with Adam anymore. Then came the bruises. He couldn't explain. The way he'd flinch at sudden movements. The final straw came at their third end-of-year ceremony. Damus's friends thought it would be hilarious to project images across the Great Hall, images of Sam. Naked, being forced to dance and pose, tears streaming down his face. They played it in front of everyone, the entire school. Visiting dignitaries from the city, Sam's family, his little sister had been there. If Adam had just once taken Sam aside, really talked to him instead of pretending not to notice. If he'd asked about those bruises, about why Sam suddenly couldn't look him in the eye anymore. If he'd just done something, anything. But he hadn't. It was a demon giant. Even though his own illness was already starting to show back then, even though his legs would sometimes give out without warning, even though he was scared and in pain. That wasn't really an excuse, was it? Because he could have still spoken up. Could have told a professor. Could have confronted Damus. Could have at least let Sam know he wasn't alone. Instead, his silence had sent a message. If Adam wouldn't even stand up for himself, he definitely wouldn't stand up for Sam. It made Sam an easy target. The quiet kid whose only friend wouldn't even snitch. Free game, as they say. One conversation. That's all it might have taken. One moment of courage, one decision to set boundaries, one friend actually being a friend instead of a coward. But he'd chosen to watch instead, to stay quiet, to hope it would all just go away on its own. It didn't. Sam didn't live to see the next sunrise. He preferred ending his life than facing the humiliation. And Adam? Adam just watched, like he always did. But not this time. Not this time. The reasonable course of action, the mature one, would be to report any bullying to a professor. That's what any sensible adult would advise. But sometimes, kids didn't need a scolding, especially not privileged, self-absorbed little shits who were completely oblivious to the suffering they caused others. Sometimes, what they really needed was a good punch in the face. Of course, it would be completely unethical for an adult to go around punching 12-year-olds. That would be wrong on so many levels. Oh, but wait. Technically speaking, in this exact moment, Adam wasn't an adult at all. In fact, he was very much 12 years old too. His lips curved into a smile. Damus grabbed Adam's collar, yanking him close. Have you gone completely insane? Easy, Damus. We could be see. Shut up, Leon. Leon's mouth snapped shut. Mind letting go? I don't like being this close to people. His eyes flickered to Damus's face, especially with a face like that. Damus's face contorted, a vein visibly pulsing in his forehead. His free hand clenched into a fist, drawing back. Here we go. Now, Adam wasn't a battle mage by any means, though decades of practicing defensive and offensive spells did count for something. In his current physical state, he probably couldn't win a straight-up fight with Damus. The boy had at least 20 pounds on him, all muscle. But street fights didn't work like duels. Adam had read about this during one of his longer hospital stays, in a book that definitely shouldn't have been in the children's ward. Rule number 1 of street fighting: the element of surprise. As Damus's fist came sailing toward his face, Adam's mind was already moving, conceptualizing the pattern of a barrier spell. No time for hand gestures, just pure visualization, drawing mana from his surroundings and shaping it with practiced precision. The geometric patterns formed in his mind: hexagonal reinforcement, distributed force dispersion, minimal energy waste, Aegis barrier. Damus's fist slammed into the barrier with a sound like hitting thick glass. He stumbled back with a howl, clutching his hand. What did you do? The translucent barrier shimmered around Adam, its hexagonal patterns catching the sunlight. He hadn't moved an inch, hadn't even raised his hands. The spell had simply appeared. Fighting, someone excitedly shouted as gasps and whispers rippled through the growing crowd. Isn't that an Aegis barrier spell? A voice cut through the murmurs. That's a third-year defensive spell. How's he weaving it without gestures or grimoire? The barrier hummed softly, steady and unwavering, while Damus stared at his reddening knuckles in disbelief. His eyes darted between his injured hand and Adam's calm face, trying to process what had just happened. Second rule of street fighting: double down on the surprise. While Damus was still blabbering, Adam charged forward. The 5th of Sapin, year 847 after Restoration. Today, when Damus had used the spell hardening during their practice session, knocking Adam unconscious with a blow to the face. That's when he'd returned to this time, waking up on the ground, with the taste of blood in his mouth and decades of memories suddenly crammed into his 12-year-old brain. He couldn't avoid taking that hit. It had already happened, but now he was grateful for it, because it made this moment so much sweeter. As he closed the distance, mana flowed around his fist, condensing into a dark, metallic coating that seemed to drink in the light. The little noble's mouth was still open, probably forming some threat or insult, when Adam's mana-enhanced fist connected with his jaw. The impact rang out like a hammer striking an anvil, a satisfying crack that seemed to echo across the suddenly silent courtyard. Damus spun, actually spun, from the force of it, saliva and blood arcing through the air, before crumpling to the ground like a puppet with cut strings. This felt really, really good. You have dealt 32 damage. You have received 5 recoil damage. Endurance. +1 agility. Adam froze momentarily as the words materialized in his mind. What was that? It was there when he came to. And here again, it surely was not magic. Spells could easily be identified since they had mana traces in them. This felt like nothing at all. Adam quickly glanced around. Had anyone else noticed? No, it seemed not. Damage? Recoil? He instinctively understood their meaning, though the implications were foreign and troubling. He pushed the thought aside, forcing himself to focus. This wasn't the time. Damus groaned, his hands pressing against the ground as he tried to push himself up. Blood trickled from his split lip, and his eyes were unfocused, but somehow he was still conscious. Had to give it to him. The guy was stubborn. Rule 3 of street fighting, when in doubt, hit them again. Adam took 2 quick steps forward and brought his foot up in a clean arc, connecting solidly with Damus's face. Just as he managed to get his head off the ground, the impact made a sound that was somehow both wet and crunchy, and the strange blue messages appeared again. Stop! Leon and Marcus rushed forward, with Marcus grabbing Adam's arm, while Leo positioned himself between them and Damus, who had finally properly collapsed. You've lost your mind! Marcus shouted, trying to pull Adam back. You could have killed him. Adam looked at the hand gripping his arm with the same detached interest he'd shown Damus earlier. Let go. Marcus flinched at his tone, and Finn, who'd been watching from the side, cleared his throat. Marcus. Let him go. At least one of them was smart. As they hauled Damus's limp form toward the infirmary, Adam called after them. If any of you want some more, you know where to find me. They didn't answer. The courtyard erupted. Did you see that? Without hand gestures, someone get Professor Maris. The voices overlapped, creating a wall of sound. That was amazing. A first year practically bounced in place. He's going to be in so much trouble, a prefect muttered, already heading for the faculty wing. Damus had it coming. Someone whispered, then louder when others nodded. He really did. Professor Maris is going to flip. Did anyone else see the barrier pattern? That was advanced, geometric. But from him? Isn't he barely passing? I heard Damus was bullying. Adam looked up, scanning the growing crowd, and there, on the second-floor balcony, stood Sam. His eyes were wide, mouth slightly open. Hands gripping the railing, he smiled, gave a little wave, then pointed up. I'm coming there. The crowd parted as he approached the stairs. He could feel their stares, most of them just confused. A few older students were already theorizing about his spell work, gesturing at each other with academic excitement. Others whispered behind their hands. No doubt already drafting letters home about this. Someone should tell a professor, a girl insisted. Shut up, Maya, that was the coolest thing I've ever seen. Did you see his face? He wasn't even worried. Damus was bleeding. Good, his legs worked, for now. At least. And he savored the simple ability to climb stairs without pain. The students on the stairwell pressed themselves against the walls, giving him a wide berth. That barrier spell, though. Forget the barrier, did you see that punch? My sister said Finn made someone cry yesterday. Yeah, but this isn't the way. Isn't it, though? He kept climbing, one step at a time, heading toward Sam, toward a future he was going to change. Chapter 3. Catching Up. What the hell was that? Sam's arms were flailing wildly. Since when do you fight like some kind of mystical warrior monk from the eastern mountains? Did you secretly train with shadow assassins while I wasn't looking?" Adam couldn't help but chuckle. God, he'd forgotten how Sam could turn everything into some fantasy novel reference. "It's so nice to see you, Sam. I missed you a lot." He opened his arms. "Want a hug?" Sam's face contorted into an expression of pure confusion. The students around them exchanged glances, whispering behind their hands. Adam couldn't care less. "Why are you being so weird, dude?" Sam took a step back. "Miss me? We literally share a dorm. We saw each other at breakfast." He squinted. "Did you hit your head? Because that would explain the sudden martial arts skills and the weird emotional stuff." It had been decades for Adam, though. He just kept smiling, arms still wide open. "Hug? Come on. Stop it." Sam looked around frantically. "People are staring. This is not helping your reputation after that whole thing you just pulled and... Stop looking at me like that. Why are you looking at me like that?" Adam didn't budge, just stood there smiling. "Fine." Sam threw his hands up in defeat. "One-side hug, like normal people. Like bras do. Just stop with the puppy eyes." Sam awkwardly shuffled closer, giving Adam the most hesitant, rigid side hug in the history of side hugs, complete with the mandatory 2 pats on the back that apparently made it more masculine. The 2-pat side hug was so perfectly, awkwardly Sam that he had to bite back a laugh. 60 years, and some things never changed. He matched the awkward energy, giving his own 2 pats in return, playing along with the whole bras being bras thing that had seemed so important when they were actually 12. It was ridiculous and perfect, and absolutely everything he needed. There. Done. Happy now? Sam pulled back, adjusting his robes and eyeglasses like they'd been somehow disheveled. "Can we talk about the fact that you just went full warrior mage on Damas? Because that feels like the more pressing topic here." "Saw it in a book," Autumn said, grinning. "What book?" "Because Sam glanced around, suddenly very aware of the dozens of eyes still fixed on them. He hunched his shoulders slightly, that familiar nervous tick Adam had almost forgotten about. "Hey, maybe we should go to the library or the dining hall. You know, somewhere less." Sam gestured vaguely at their audience. "Wait." Adam's eyes lit up. "Is Zirkus still doing that tomato soup? Are you serious right now?" Sam's jaw dropped. "Zirk's tomato soup? The soup that literally has whole tomatoes floating in it? The one that made people actually cry? That soup? That's the one. The soup that started a petition to ban it last term? The one they say violates at least 3 cooking regulations? The one that... Yes, Sam, that soup, the awful one. I want some." Did that punch scramble your brain? Because I distinctly remember you saying it tasted like someone boiled old boots in tomato juice and then forgot about it for a week. Adam was already walking. Maybe his palate had changed after 60 years, or maybe he just missed how horrifically bad it was. Sometimes you don't appreciate truly terrible things until they're gone. "Are you coming?" he called back to Sam. "I want to see your face when I actually enjoy it." "This is definitely brain damage," Sam muttered, hurrying to catch up. "We're going to need to get you checked out, right after you explain about that book, and the fighting, and why you're suddenly craving food crimes." "Erg." Adam's face scrunched up as he swallowed. "See? See? I told you." Sam was practically bouncing in his seat. "What did you think was going to happen?" Apparently, 60 years hadn't changed his palate at all. If anything, the soup was worse than he remembered, chunks of barely cooked tomatoes floating in what tasted like hot water someone had waved a tomato at, from a distance. No salt? No pepper? That feels nostalgic. He took another spoonful. Sam stopped mid-rant, staring at him. Are you actually eating more?" The dining hall of Zirk's brought back memories. Just like before, it had a glass dome ceiling, Blue fire orbs floated near the top, mixing with the daylight. Round tables were spread across 3 levels, connected by staircases and floating platforms. Plants grew everywhere, on the walls and hanging baskets, and some of them would steal food when students weren't looking. By the way, where are your eyeglasses? Autumn blinked. Ah, that explained why everything had been slightly blurry. In his time, they had developed a complex artifice-enhanced spell for vision correction. It had taken decades to perfect the layered runes and enchantments needed to handle different types of vision problems, but that was still 20 years away from being created, and another 5 again from being perfected. Now, he'd have to make do with regular eyeglasses. Must have lost them during the thing with Deimos this morning. I'll check the found objects later. Speaking of Deimos, Sam leaned forward. What was that all about? Seriously. Adam set down his spoon. Starting today, we're going to fight back. We? Yes, we. Adam grinned. You wanted to know about those spells, right? Yeah? An adventurer mage taught them to me. I've been practicing in secret. Sam's eyes went wide. What? Who? What other spells did you learn? When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? She made me promise not to tell anyone. Adam's smile turned mysterious. But she had floating white hair and galaxies in her eyes. Sam stared at him for a long moment. Why are you doing this? Doing what? Bullshitting me. I'm not, though. Right. You're saying you talked to a girl? You? Adam froze for a second. He'd expected Sam to not believe him anyway, but not the reason of his disbelief. Wait, he said. That's the only thing you retained from what I said? I told you she had white hair and literal galaxies in her eyes. Galaxies, Sam. But she was a girl? Psh! Right. Sam's face couldn't have been more serious if he tried. Right. That's who they had been. 2 awkward, bookish nerds who could barely string 2 words together when a girl walked by. God, this was embarrassing. He'd somehow forgotten that part of his past self. Adam laughed. Excuse me? A hesitant voice interrupted them. Are you going to finish that? Adam turned to find a round-faced boy hovering by their table, his black robes bearing a single red line on the shoulder. A first year. Blonde hair fell into clear brown eyes, and his cheeks were slightly flushed, either from the stairs or from gathering the courage to approach upper years. Something about the boy's jovial expression tugged at Adam's memory. Do I know this guy? The soup, the boy clarified, pointing at Adam's bowl. If you're not going to. Please, save me from myself. Adam pushed the bowl toward him. I'm Adam, by the way. This is Sam. Leo. The boy plopped down beside them, already reaching for the spoon. I saw what you did earlier with that barrier spell. That was incredible. Was that really a multi-layered weave? We've only just started learning basic patterns in Professor Kern's class. You know, straight lines for push and pull. Direction matters more than force. He mimicked their professor's droning voice perfectly. Sam snorted. Oh man, Kern's still using that line? When we were first years, he made us recite it before every practical session. Direction before force, focus before flow. It was a multi-layered spell. Adam cut in, watching Leo attack the soup with surprising enthusiasm. Double hexagonal pattern with flow variation. Leo's eyes went wide, spoon frozen halfway to his mouth. But that's third-year material. Are you taking special classes as a second year? That's what I've been trying to figure out, Sam said, grinning at Leo. Our mysterious prodigy here won't tell me where he learned it, says a warrior mage taught him during summer break. Really? Could you teach me? Leo blurted out. I mean, not the advanced stuff, obviously, but maybe some tips? The professors keep saying visualization is key, but honestly, I'm still struggling with keeping my lines straight for push spells. A glob of soup dripped from his forgotten spoon. and a vine darted down to catch it before it could hit the table. "Where are you at in fundamentals right now?" Adam asked. "Still working on basic push?" "Yeah, we just finished the first chapter in Kavith's primer, Forces and Control." Leo grimaced. "We're supposed to master pushing at different strengths before moving to pull spells next week." Sam perked up. "Ah, the control exercises? Learning to push a feather without sending it flying across the room." "Exactly," Leo sighed. "I either barely move it or blast it away. Can't seem to find the middle ground. The grimoire's focusing phrase helped me with that one," Sam offered. "Gentle as a summer breeze, steady as a river's flow. Really helps calibrate the force. I still use it sometimes when I need extra precision." "You don't have to use the words," Adam added, noting Leo's surprised look. "It's all in the head, but they're in the grimoire for a reason. Same with the hand movements. They're training wheels, helping you build the right mental pathways. Once those are solid, you can weave with pure intent. Like Professor Kern's demonstration last week?" Leo asked eagerly. "He moved like 5 different objects at different speeds, all at once." "Exactly." Adam drew another line, letting mana particles dance visibly along it. "But before you get there, you need to master the basic forms. Have you been doing your daily weaving exercises?" Leo shifted uncomfortably. "Well, they seem pointless, right?" Sam grinned. "Just tracing lines in the air over and over, practicing different pressures. But trust me, they work. My fine control was terrible until I actually committed to doing them properly." "Want to try pushing something light now?" Sam continued. "We can walk you through it, right, Adam?" "Well," Adam considered for a moment. "Every spell has its own geometric pattern. The simpler the pattern, the easier the spell. As you know, push and pull are the most basic, just straight lines. That's why they teach them first. The trick is," Adam continued, "mana particles want to follow certain paths. They're like, you know when sunlight hits dust motes?" Leo nodded. "Imagine those dust motes actually wanting to form shapes. The straight line is just the simplest shape they can make." Sam leaned forward. "I've never heard it explained quite like that." "Right. So when you're struggling with your push spell, you're probably trying to force the mana." "Don't. Just." Adam drew another line, slower this time, and Leo gasped as tiny motes of light followed his finger's path. "Show it where to go. The particles will do the rest." "Want to try a basic pull spell?" Adam asked. Leo straightened up, nearly knocking over his spoon. "Right now? Why not? Just remember, don't force it. Visualize the line, feel the mana, and—" Adam gestured encouragingly. "Here." Sam leaned forward. "The trick that helped me in first year was thinking about what you want to happen. Don't focus on the mana yet. Just think about what you want. Intent." Leo raised his hand, face scrunched in concentration as he attempted to pull the soup bowl. His fingers twitched, but the bowl didn't move. "Your line's wobbling." Adam said gently. "Try this. Close your eyes." Leo did. "Now open your palm," Sam added, "and think about reaching for that bowl. Just feel the distance between you and it." "Oh, I'm starting to get it." "Good," Adam said. "Now visualize the path to it. A perfectly straight line, like a string connecting your palm to the bowl." I think I see it," Leo whispered, eyes still closed. "Perfect. The mana particles will want to follow that line," Adam explained. "Now, keeping that image in mind, make a smooth, straight movement with your hand, like you're pulling on that string." Leo took a deep breath and drew his hand back in a clean, straight motion. The bowl slid smoothly across the table toward him, stopping right at his fingertips. His eyes flew open in delight. "I did it!" He beamed at them both. "I really did it! Nice work!" Sam grinned. "Clean movement, clear intent, that's exactly how it should look. And I said this before, but with practice, Adam added. You won't even need the hand movements anymore. The mana will respond to your intent alone. That's how more experienced mages can weave without gesturing. But for now, the movements help train your mind to direct the mana properly. Leo, a voice called from across the hall. We're going to be late for fundamentals. Coming. Leo scrambled up, somehow having already finished most of the soup. Thanks for this. And, if you ever have time to help a first year, he let the sentence hang hopefully. We'll see, Adam said, finding himself smiling at the boy's earnest enthusiasm. Thank you, he shouted one last time to them, before disappearing in the sea of students. Sam sat back with a satisfied smile. You know, I always wanted to be that cool senior who helps the little ones. Guess we're doing it already. We're second years, Autumn pointed out, amused. Details. Sam took a spoonful of his soup and grimaced. Ugh, it's gone cold. He traced a quick square pattern in the air, and a warm glow settled over the bowl. Besides, remember how lost we were last year? Would have killed for some friendly advice beyond direction before force, focus before flow. He affected Professor Kern's monotonous drawl again. Then, with a gasp, Sam's spoon suddenly froze halfway to his mouth. His shoulders tensing visibly, he stared intently at his soup, as if it held the secrets of the universe. Something about his friend's deer in spellfire expression triggered an inexplicable surge of anxiety in Adam's gut. He fought it down, irritated at his body's betrayal. What? Adam started to turn. Don't, Sam squeaked. A blush crept up his neck. It's Mia Storm. Hello, boys. Sam managed a slight nod, his eyes still fixed downward. His mouth opened briefly as if to speak, but nothing came out. Around them, Adam noticed the familiar signs. A boy nearly spilling his drink while pretending to read. Another one trailing off mid-sentence. Several others suddenly finding reasons to fix their hair or straighten their uniforms. Oh, right. Her silver curls, bright eyes. That little smile that suggested she knew something amusing about the world. The girl who would grow up to become the youngest chief alchemist in Imperial history. The girl he'd spent 3 years pining after like a particularly pathetic puppy. Looking at her now was like looking at a photograph of someone's kid sister. Had he really written poetry about those eyes? Actually sat in advanced thaumaturgy, composing internal sonnets about the way she held her quill. The human brain was a fascinating and terrible thing. Oh, hello, Mia. How are you doing? Adam said, still impressed at how young she looked. In another timeline, this little one would become the youngest chief alchemist in history, only to fall during the catastrophic dungeon break of Valanya. He was 26 at the time when he heard the news. Sam let out an audible gasp, making both Adam and Mia turn to look at him. Is he okay? She asked, her eyebrows raised slightly. He's practicing to be a mime, Adam said automatically, his mouth running on autopilot while his brain tried to sort out which memories belonged to when. Very method. The corner of Mia's mouth twitched. Actually, Adam, I was looking for you. That was new. Their most meaningful interaction had been when she'd sneezed and he'd dropped his entire lunch tray. He didn't even know she knew his name back then. Found me. Your glasses. She pulled them from her bag. From the duel? You left them behind when Damas, She made a vague exploding gesture. Thank you. Adam smiled, taking them back. You spared me a trip to the Lost Objects office. My pleasure, Mia said, then added, with a slight tilt of her head. It's actually the first time I've seen you without them. It suits you pretty well. Sam gasped again, louder this time. Adam sighed, shooting his friend a look before turning back to Mia. Thank you. I'm Mia, one of her friends called from across the cafeteria. We've got 5 minutes. Oh, right. I have healing next, she said, then paused. Aren't you in that class, too? Adam opened his mouth to answer, then closed it. Was he? The class schedules blurred together. This was so long ago he couldn't remember. Different section, he said finally, hoping he wasn't lying. Ah, that explains why I haven't seen you there. She adjusted her bag. I should go. Talk later? Yeah, bye, Adam replied casually, as Mia walked away. Adam turned back to find Sam staring at him with an expression that could only be described as religious awe. A fresh wave of remembered anxiety washed over him. That old, familiar feeling from his first time through adolescence. The boy's palms were actually sweating. Seriously. This problem would need to be addressed. You okay there? Adam asked, trying not to smile. Sam's response was muffled by the table. How do you just talk like that? To her? This too was strange. Sam just felt like Sam. The age gap that should have been there, the distance an accomplished adult should feel from a kid's concerns and friendships and problems. None of it existed. Sitting here felt exactly like sitting with his best friend. Nothing more, nothing less. Sam, she is a normal person, Adam said. Sam looked like this answer had personally offended him. She's Mia Storm. She's also 12. 13, actually. Her birthday was 2 months ago. 5th of Govan. Sam stopped as he realized what he'd just admitted and turned red. They stared at each other. Damn. We used to be weird. Stop judging me, Sam muttered. I'm not judging. You're making a face. This is my normal face. Ah, Sam buried his head in his hands. I need to fix this. Yeah, Autumn thought. This would definitely need fixing too. Chapter 04. System. We should head to the spell-weaving class, Sam said, gathering his things. Professor Thane hates when people are late. Actually, Autumn said, rubbing his temple. I think that duel with Damas affected me more than I thought. I'm going to skip today. Get some rest. Sam's face immediately shifted to concern. Where are you hurt? Should we go back to the infirmary? Did they miss something? I knew that punch looked too strong. It's okay, Sam. Adam cut him off. I just need to lie down for a bit. He paused, then added, trying to sound casual. Actually, could you take me to our dorm first? Our dorm? Sam's brow furrowed. Is it that bad? You can't even remember. I can stay if you need. Sam, Adam said firmly. I'm fine. Just a headache. But yes, everything's a bit fuzzy right now. Sam nodded, and they made their way through Zerka's winding corridors. The academy hadn't changed much in 60 years, or wouldn't change much, depending on how you looked at it. Still, Adam was grateful for the guidance, as Sam led them up 3 flights of stairs, down a corridor lined with enchanted paintings, and finally to a door marked 200 Fiend. Their shared room was exactly what you'd expect from 2 teenaged boys studying magic. Scrolls scattered across desks, crystal formations growing in the window, and what appeared to be a failed attempt at an automated clothing folding spell still, sparking weakly in the corner. Sam's side was meticulously organized chaos, while Adam's, well, he'd have to figure out which side was his. Normally, Xerxes assigned 3 students to each dorm room, a tradition dating back to the founding fathers of the academy. But either through administrative oversight or luck, Adam and Sam had ended up without a 3rd roommate. The extra space had quickly been converted into an impromptu potion-making station, complete with a small ventilation charm that Sam had rigged up after their 3rd failed attempt at brewing clarity. Extract had filled the room with purple smoke. We should probably put some order in here soon, Adam said, surveying the room. Sam let out a surprised laugh. You? The guy who thrives in chaos? I'm not that guy anymore, Adam thought, memories of his meticulously organized office at the council floating through his mind. 60 years of fastidious record-keeping had a way of changing habits. Thanks for showing me back, he said, starting to head toward one of the beds. The one on the left is yours, Sam called out, making Adam correct his course. Thanks again. Sam sighed, hovering by the door. I'll bring some snacks and ice cream when classes end. He adjusted his bag. Stay safe, man. I will. Bye then, Sam said, lingering for a moment longer before finally heading out, the door clicking shut behind him. Adam exhaled deeply as he lay on his bed, staring at the familiar yet strange ceiling. Just this morning? Was it even this morning? He'd woken up in his bunker, bones aching, joints creaking with the weight of his 79 years. The last 24 hours felt surreal. From his final moments on that beach to his conversation with that mysterious woman, and now, here, back in his 12-year-old body, back when the world still made sense, when his biggest worries were exam scores, and whether he'd embarrass himself in front of Mia Storm, back when his parents were still alive. His chest tightened at the thought. They were alive right now. Not just alive. They were probably going about their daily routines, completely unaware that their son had just lived an entire lifetime without them. He wanted, more than anything, to see them. But from this place, he should write them a letter soon then. The lack of long distance communication crystals in this era meant that correspondence was still largely done the old way. The current crystals could barely manage conversations across a city block. Nothing like the continent-spanning network that would revolutionize communication in a few years. For now, his parents were just a letter away, achingly close, yet frustratingly distant. Adams exhaled as his thoughts drifted to all the possibilities this opportunity at a second chance gave him. Maybe this time he could actually see those places he'd only dreamed about. He could wander through elven cities, explore the depths of dwarven strongholds. At this point in time, getting a travel permit to any non-human territory would be nearly impossible. The elves especially were notorious for turning away human visitors. Something about preserving cultural purity. Though everyone knew it was more about the lingering tensions from the perpetual conflicts. The dwarves were slightly more welcoming, if only because they enjoyed trading their metalwork. Still, they rarely allowed humans past their surface markets. The deeper halls of their cities remained a mystery to most. It was a demon giant. An adventurer's license would help. It was one of the few documents respected across all territories. He'd seen a few lucky guild members brandish those badges like keys to the world, but getting one meant proving yourself capable of handling whatever dangers lay beyond city walls and dungeons. No small feat for a 12-year-old, even one, with 60 years of memories. He smiled, picturing himself at some small tavern in a far-off port, trying dishes he couldn't pronounce, trading stories with travelers from across the sea. Or maybe camping under strange stars, sharing a meal with new friends around a campfire. Simple pleasures he'd never gotten to experience in his previous life. Then, when he got tired of all the traveling, he could find a quiet place somewhere, eventually. A little home where he could grow his own herbs and vegetables, invite friends over for dinner, watch the seasons change. Ah, damn it. Adam's smile faded as reality crashed back. These sorts of thoughts in his situation should not be welcome. All those dreams meant nothing if he didn't prevent what was coming. That's what the deal had really been about, hadn't it? Not a gift, but a responsibility wrapped in the illusion of choice. The magnitude of what lay ahead of him was almost overwhelming. He had decades now, decades to prevent the catastrophes he knew were coming. The Valanya breach, the fall of Sundar, the Great Collapse, the World Dungeon, among others, so many others, all the horrors that would transform the world into the wasteland he'd just left. And he had to do it, all starting as a 12-year-old boy who still had to stand on tiptoe to reach the higher shelves in the library. I guess it could have been worse, he thought, as he imagined himself coming back as an infant. Still, that would have left him time to enjoy the little things of life too. Okay, maybe this was worse after all. Anyway, Adam sat up. Before he could even begin to tackle that monumental task, there was something else he needed to understand. That blue thing, that strange, shimmering presence he kept seeing today. It appeared every time he worked with mana. Now, something he'd never noticed in his first life. Whatever it was, it definitely hadn't been there before. As if responding to his thoughts, the blue shimmer coalesced in front of him, transforming into a translucent window of information. Name, Adam Silla. Race, human. Life force, 100-100. Class, Mage, Runicologist. Mana pool, 387-400. Unique skills, Identify. Very rare, very rare. Active skills, none. Passive skills, none. Stats, expand to see more. Physical condition, very weak. Suggestion, physical training required. Current body requires conditioning to handle advanced magical output. Whoa. The moment he saw it, an instinctual understanding flooded his mind. The system. That's what this was. But how did it work exactly? He reached for his notebook and quill on the bedside table. Let's test this inventory thing, he muttered, tapping the inventory section. 5 empty slots appeared before him, shimmering with a faint blue light. Cautiously, he held out the notebook toward the first slot. The item seemed to dissolve into motes of light before vanishing completely. He did the same with the quill in the second slot. Interesting. It's like a dimensional storage bag, but with fixed slots instead of space limitation. As if responding to his musing, text appeared below the inventory display. Maximum item dimensions per slot, 2 meter by 2 m by 2 m. Maximum item weight per slot, 200 kilograms. Oh, so you're interactive, Adam said, raising an eyebrow. He retrieved the notebook and quill with a simple thought, watching them materialize in his hands. Convenient. Then he put them back in. His eyes drifted to Identify. What's this about? He wondered aloud. Identify reveals basic information about objects, creatures, and phenomena. He tested it on his notebook. Notebook class, quality, D, poor durability, 72%. Notes, contains various spell diagrams and half-finished homework assignments. Several pages have ink stains. Huh. Adam flipped through the notebook, confirming the accuracy of the description. That could be useful. He turned his gaze to the shimmering window itself. System interface. Type, unique Dathi. Bonded. Notes, a manifestation of the agreement. Further features will unlock as conditions are met. Well, that was deliberately vague. Wait, Adam said, frowning. This Identify ability, and the inventory too. I never had these before. These aren't natural abilities, are they? They don't even seem to use mana. Correct. Identify and inventory are unique gifts provided as part of the agreement. They do not consume mana and function independent of normal magical principles. Gifts? Adam's eyebrows rose. So you do provide some abilities directly. Only these two. All other capabilities must be developed naturally. The system primarily measures and categorizes your existing potential rather than granting new powers. The agreement, his eyes moved down the window, noting the detailed stat breakdown. Physical stats, strength, 6. Agility, 8. Stamina, 5. Dexterity, 7. Mental stats, intelligence, 142. Wisdom, 138. Focus, 91. 145 basic abilities. Reading, advanced writing, advanced mathematics, intermediate physical education, poor, and dozens more. Another question, Adam said, frowning at the stats display. These numbers, what exactly do they mean? Stats reflect measurable physical and mental capabilities. For example, current strength rating of 6 indicates ability to lift approximately 60 kilograms maximum weight, Just 60 kilograms? I think I can lift more, he replied, flexing his tiny biceps. No, you cannot. Please refrain from hurting yourself. Why do you have to say it like? Adam trailed off, pinching the bridge of his nose. You know what? Never mind. Just how do these numbers increase through natural development? Would you like a demonstration? Sure. Perform a push-up. A push-up? Is this really necessary? Demonstration optional. Physical exercise, one of many methods for natural strength development. No, I'll do it. Adam got down on the floor, somewhat awkwardly. He managed one push-up, arms trembling slightly. Again. He complied, breathing harder this time. Again. By the 6th push-up, his arms were shaking. I don't see how this. Continue. The 9th push-up was a struggle. His muscles burned. 2 more. Physical improvement requires pushing limits. Gritting his teeth, Adam forced himself through the 10th, then the 11th push-up. His arms felt like jelly. 1 final repetition. With a grunt, he managed the 12th push-up before collapsing onto the floor, panting. A small notification appeared. Physical exertion past normal limits has resulted in natural body strengthening. Strength, +1 1,000. Stamina, +1 1,000. What's... Adam panted, still on his hands and knees. What's with the +1? Progress measured on scale of 1,000. Current status. Strength 6, 1,000. 0.1% progress towards Strength 7. When progress reaches 1,000, level increases to Strength 7. Max lift capacity increases to 70 kilograms. Progress resets to 0, 1,000. Same principle applies to all physical attributes. So, Adam said between breaths, you didn't give me those stats. My body actually got stronger from the exercise. Correct. Each full stat point represents significant physical development. Example, Strength 6 to 7 requires approximately 3 months consistent training, proper nutrition, adequate rest, progressive overload exercises. System merely quantifies natural development. Stats will decrease if maintenance exercises are neglected. In all his years studying magical artifacts and constructs, Adam had never encountered anything quite like this, a system that responded so naturally to thoughts, providing precise information without any visible mechanisms or magical circles. He needed to verify its consistency from multiple angles. And my mana pool? He asked, looking at the 387-400 display. Mana capacity develops through 2 natural methods. Physical conditioning. Healthy body supports larger mana pool. Meditation increases efficiency of mana pathways. Combat training combines both aspects, leading to natural growth. So if I want to increase my mana pool, regular physical exercise and meditation recommended. Would you like to attempt another set of push-ups? I think I'll pass for now. Adam's eyes lingered on his class designation. What's this little star next to Runicologist for? Indicates current primary specialization path. Available mage paths. Runicologist, expert, diviner, locked battle mage, locked, elementalist, alchemist, locked druid, locked healer, locked complete mastery of all paths enables class evolution. True archmage, true archmage. Among humans, that title had never been more than an honorary position. The current archmage, Sir Gaius, while undoubtedly powerful, was simply an exceptional battle mage who'd been chosen to oversee the magisterium, a towering bastion of arcane authority responsible for governing and safeguarding all matters pertaining to mages and magic within the Empire of Sundar. His role was more administrative than anything, protecting and directing the Empire's mages. And because humans needed the position to be filled, if only to avoid the embarrassment of being mocked for having none, someone like Sir Gaius had been the natural choice. The elves, Now they had a genuine, true archmage. Adam had never seen them personally, but tales spoke of their mastery over all 7 paths of magic. The dwarves, too, had boasted one until their passing 2 centuries ago. But humans? The task seemed beyond their reach. Even with magic extending their natural lifespan, assuming they weren't cut down early. Human mages typically lived to around 150 years. Lady Verana had set the record at 202, and even she had only fully mastered 2 paths. The time required to truly master all aspects of magic, to reach the pinnacle of each specialization, simply exceeded what even the longest-lived humans could achieve. So human mages faced an impossible choice. Either spread themselves thin, attempting to learn everything, becoming mediocre at all, or focus on one path while barely scratching the surface of the others. Even those rare few who managed to master 2 paths had dedicated their entire lives to the pursuit. A thought nagged at Adam's mind as he considered his situation. In his past life, he had never been intentionally placed on the front lines. His role had always been more cerebral than physical. He was a researcher, a scholar, someone whose value came from deciphering magical theory, not wielding it in open combat. That position came with protections, but also restrictions. He'd operated under the weight of oversight, protocol, and chains of command. His movements had been limited. His voice, even with its authority, had to be carefully measured, and in the world that was coming, the one he alone remembered, such constraints could prove fatal this time. Things had to be different. He couldn't afford to stand behind the lines, trusting others to act. He needed the freedom to move, to intervene, to act without waiting for permission. At Xerxes, the path-choosing ceremony was a pivotal moment in every student's 3rd year. After experiencing the basics of all 7 magical disciplines in their first 2 years, students would gather in the Celestial Pavilion during the spring equinox. There, before the Academy's masters and their peers, they would declare their chosen path. It was more a tradition, really. In his previous life, Adam had stood proudly before the maesters and chosen the path of runes. He remembered how natural that choice had felt, how right. But next spring, when his turn came again, he'd have to make a different choice. A different choice. He would be fighting. There was no avoiding that. Not just wild beasts or dungeon creatures, but people. Mages, knights, rogue guilds, even governments. He'd need to be able to defend himself and strike preemptively when required. And not just that. He'd be moving constantly. Across cities, through borderlands, into places most people wouldn't dare step. The mission he carried wasn't one that would be served from behind a desk or buried in a library scroll. Freedom of movement was non-negotiable. Waiting for official permissions, asking for escorts, petitioning councils. That would only slow him down, and he didn't have time to waste. But the future, he remembered, held threats far larger than anything one man could face alone. There would be moments where he'd need more than independence. He'd need influence, authority, the ability to rally others, command forces, mobilize armies if it came to that. So what kind of mage could do all of that? One path. Only one. The battle mage. Crossing his legs, Adam focused on his mana core, that well of energy nestled deep within. The mana, pathways throughout his body, were still developing. They would continue to do so until he turned 21. Like a second circulatory system. They carried mana instead of blood. He could feel the potential there, raw and untapped. It was fascinating how knights used the same energy so differently. While mages like himself could manipulate raw mana directly, knights compressed it into what they called fluid, transforming it into pure physical enhancement. Battle mages were unique in that they learned both arts, pure mana manipulation and fluid transformation. I wonder... Adam murmured, trying to recall those basic lessons from his father. Perhaps he could get a head start on the path. He closed his eyes, recalling his father's patient instructions from years ago. His old man had spent countless hours trying to teach his academically inclined son how to transform mana into fluid. The knowledge was still there, buried in his memories. The theory, the process, the visualization. Feel it, his father would say. Let your emotions guide the transformation. A droplet of sweat rolled down Adam's temple as he concentrated on his mana core. The energy was there, swirling, ready to be used. But fluid required something more than just technical understanding. It needed emotion, raw, powerful, overwhelming emotion. He'd always found that requirement ridiculous. The idea that feelings could catalyze a physical transformation of energy seemed absurd to his analytical mind. Yet history proved otherwise. Every knight, every battle mage who'd ever manifested fluid had done so through the power of their emotions. Rage, exhilaration, love, despair. Any emotion would do, as long as it burned hot enough. The problem was quantifying that hot enough. How much emotion was sufficient? How did one measure the intensity of a feeling? Adam focused on his current emotional state. Joy bubbled within him at his second chance at life. Anxiety churned in his stomach about the challenges ahead. Hope burned bright when he thought about changing his fate. He tried to amplify these feelings, to let them fill his entire being. The mana in his core responded, stirring faster, flowing through his pathways with increased speed. But despite his concentration, despite the sweat now dripping down his face, the crucial transformation remained elusive. His mana stayed as it was, raw, untransformed energy. With a frustrated sigh, he opened his eyes. Perhaps he needed something stronger than hope and anxiety to trigger his first transformation. A small window expanded as Adam kept pondering. Alert, life force status, currently stable. Warning. Potential development of life drain syndrome detected. First symptoms estimated to manifest within 2-3 months without intervention. Adam's breath caught in his throat. Life drain syndrome. The magical degradation that had slowly eaten away at his body for decades. It wasn't until he was in his 50s, after years of research and desperate searches for a cure, that he discovered the cruel truth. His body had been prone to it from birth. His perpetually skinny frame, which no amount of food could ever change, every unexplained exhaustion, every failed attempt to build stamina during his childhood, they hadn't been normal weakness. They were early symptoms no one knew to look for. He remembered the concerned looks from the school healers. During his second year, at Xerkes, he was exactly his current body's age when the first visible symptoms had appeared in his previous life. The way they dismissed the occasional tremors and mana fluctuations as puberty-related magical instability. As if responding to his mounting dread, a new window materialized. System protocol, timeline divergence detected. Initiating emergency quest, the race against time, objective. Cure life drain syndrome before visible symptoms manifest. Time limit, 2 months, 21 days, 14 hours, 48 minutes failure condition. Terminal deterioration. Rewrote. Survival Adam stared at the glowing text. He had spent his entire former life slowly losing a battle he didn't know had started. Not this time. This time he would win. Quest logged. Chapter 05. The Perks of Being, a regressor funny thing about life drain syndrome. They actually found a cure for it. About 30 years into the future, Adam himself led the research team that cracked it, working with some of the most brilliant healers and alchemists left in the world. It took them the better part of a decade, countless sleepless nights, and expeditions to places most sane people wouldn't go near just to gather ingredients. As the chief runicologist on the project, Adam had been responsible for the magical framework that made the cure possible. Normally, he wouldn't know the first thing about brewing advanced healing potions or understand half of what the alchemists were muttering about optimal distillation temperatures. But this wasn't just another research assignment for him. It was personal. So Adam made damn sure he understood every single detail of this one cure. He'd pestered the alchemists through endless preparation trials until he could recite every heating technique and mixing ratio by heart. He'd sat with the healers as they mapped the disease's interaction with mana pathways, learning injection methods that had absolutely nothing to do with his expertise, but everything to do with his survival. By the time they'd perfected the cure, Adam could reproduce this specific treatment from memory. The cure worked. That wasn't the problem. The problem was its timing. If you caught the disease early enough, before any visible symptoms appeared, and took small doses of the treatment over several months, you had a 90% chance of never developing life drain syndrome at all. If you'd already shown symptoms but caught it within the first year, you could try the more aggressive approach, direct injection into the mana pathways. The survival rate for that was 3%. 3% didn't sound great. Then again, when you consider that untreated life drain syndrome had a death rate of 99%, with that 0.01% mainly consisting of people who technically hadn't died yet. Suddenly, 3% looked like a miracle. Not that any of this had helped Adam in his previous life. By the time they perfected the cure, he'd been living with life drain syndrome for decades. Well past that 1-year window that might have given him even that slim chance at survival. He'd spent years developing a cure he couldn't use himself. Now, back again, he had exactly 2 months, 21 days, 14 hours, 37 minutes before the first visible symptoms would appear. The system's precision would have been amusing if it wasn't so terrifying. Adam was supposed to be sleeping now, but his mind kept circling back to the cure's ingredients. Most of them were surprisingly common. Herbs any student could gather, plants found in the Academy's own grounds. Those ubiquitous blue mushrooms that dotted the forest floor. But then there were the 2 components that made seasoned alchemists pale. A fresh wyvern's heart and some water of jouvence. A single wyvern's heart could bankrupt a merchant family. The kind of expense that would force his parents to sell their home and probably still leave them in debt, and that was assuming he could even convince them to help. Somehow, he doubted, I'm actually your son from the future, and I need this to prevent a magical disease I haven't fully developed yet would go over well. The nearest wyverns were in the ranges of Darakia, a good 10 days' journey from Arcas by boat. Even if Adam somehow managed to slip away from school without raising suspicions, and good luck explaining that absence, actually obtaining a heart, meant either facing a wyvern himself, suicide, or finding someone willing to hunt one, ruinously expensive. Then there was the water of jouvence. Everyone knew it could only be found in one place. The Wellspring Dungeon, deep in the northern wastes. The dungeon itself was supposedly only accessible during the winter solstice, and even then, its challenges had killed more adventurers than anyone cared to count. The few vials of water that made it to market each year cost more than most people earned in a lifetime. That left Adam with only one choice. Crime. Legal channels would take too long and were impossible anyway. No reputable merchant would sell a wyvern's heart and water of jouvence to a student without proper documentation, official research permits, and a master alchemist's sponsorship. Even worse, these components were notorious for their use in forbidden magic. The questions alone would draw exactly the kind of attention he couldn't afford. And then there was the waiting list for water of jouvence, with only a handful of vials making it to market each year. Legitimate buyers often waited years for their turn. Noble families and prestigious research institutions had standing orders that stretched back decades. 2 months? He might as well wish for wings. The black market was his only real choice. Criminal enterprises didn't care about permits or credentials, and they knew better than to ask why their clients needed certain ingredients. He'd pay more than legal prices, probably far more, given the risk premium smugglers charged, but at least they'd sell to him at all. Still, he'd need more money than his entire allowance for the year. Far more than he could explain away to his parents without raising questions he couldn't answer. And so, tomorrow he'd have to visit someone. The thought made him both nervous and oddly excited. He'd never done anything truly illegal. Strange how being young again made even the prospect of criminal activity feel like an adventure. But excitement wouldn't pay for a wyvern's heart or water of Juvence, especially with the underworld's steep rates. He needed funds, significant funds, the kind of money a student simply didn't have access to. Adam sighed into his pillow. Think, for God's sake, how does a regressor make money fast? Ah, he gasped. Of course. He smiled. By using a regressor's greatest advantage, knowledge. Then Adam deflated almost immediately. He was starting to regret all those times he'd scorned gambling halls in his past life, and horse racing, and crossball betting, and stock market speculation, and pretty much anything that would have given him reliable knowledge of winning odds or future market changes. He'd been too busy with his research, his books, his experiments, even sports. He couldn't name a single winner of any major tournament from this period. What kind of regressor didn't know next week's winning lottery numbers? Adam groaned into his pillow, then rolled onto his back. There had to be something from this time period he could use. Something, anything. What did he know about this year that could make him rich? What happened? What changed? What was discovered? The treasure! He shouted, bolting upright. He started pacing his room, careful not to bump into anything. 2 years from now, what was that guy's name? It started with a T, or was it an M? Thomas? No. Martin? No. Trevor? Marcus? Tom? Tim? Some dude. 2 years from now, some dude would become the talk of every tavern and newspaper across the aisles. The lucky bastard had stumbled into a cave while chasing his goat and found what turned out to be a leprechaun's hoard. 500,000 gold pieces from the Krona rain. The coins were still legal tender, their value unchanged. After all these centuries, Adam remembered it vividly because for weeks you couldn't walk 2 steps without hearing someone discussing the discovery. Every detail had been repeated ad nauseum. The cave's location, how the guy had nearly broken his neck getting in there, how he'd thought the glinting was just mineral deposits until he got closer. Adam nodded to himself. Tomorrow after classes, he'd head to the cave, retrieve the treasure, and then visit his contact. Get the ball rolling on acquiring the ingredients. Simple enough plan. He got into bed, crossed his arms behind his head, and stared at the ceiling. Minutes ticked by. More minutes ticked by. Adam was lying there, having literally traveled back through time after watching the world end, carrying the weight of preventing that future on his shoulders. And he was supposed to just go to sleep? No, he shouted, then immediately winced at the volume. This was ridiculous. He needed to go to that cave right now. What if someone else found it first? Which was, objectively speaking, completely absurd. The treasure wouldn't be discovered for another 2 years, and he hadn't told a soul about it. But still, he was already pulling on his boots before his rational mind could catch up with his paranoia. Sometimes the only way to quiet an irrational fear was to do something equally irrational about it. Getting out of school was surprisingly easy. Nothing technically prevented students from leaving as long as they had a valid reason, and feeling unwell was as good as any. The nurse barely glanced at him before signing his permission slip. It was late afternoon. In any other circumstances, Adam might have paused to take in the sight of Zerks, the floating pavilions, drifting lazily above the city's spires, the familiar streets he hadn't walked in decades, the merchants closing their shops for the day. But not today. He just grabbed the 40 silver pieces. He knew he always kept in his drawer and headed straight for the merchant district. He ran, cursing his younger body's poor stamina. A simple run left him winded. He spotted a shop called Garrett's just as the merchant was pulling down his shutters. "Wait!" Adam called out between gasps, doubling over with his hands on his knees. "Please, just one moment." Garrett, or so Adam assumed his name was, paused, one eyebrow raised as he watched Adam struggle to catch his breath. He was a stocky man with calloused hands and laugh lines around his eyes. "We're closing, boy," he said, though he didn't continue with the shutters. "Whatever it is, it can wait until tomorrow." "Dimensional bags," Adam wheezed. "The cheapest ones you have. It's for a school project at Zerks." Garrett's expression shifted at the mention of the academy. "Zerks, eh?" He looked Adam up and down, taking in his disheveled appearance. "Funny how that name opens doors in this city." He sighed, pushing his shutters back up. "All right, come in, but make it quick." Inside, Garrett rummaged through a back shelf, muttering to himself. "Let's see, got some basic ones here. Nothing fancy, mind you. Half-cubit capacity each, rough stitching, but they'll hold." He placed 4 small, worn leather bags on the counter. They looked unremarkable, save for the faint shimmer of enchantment around their openings. 10 silver for the lot," Garrett said, then added with a hint of pride. "Cheapest you'll find in the district. They're not pretty, but they're honest work. Won't fall apart on you mid-transport like some of that fancy rubbish they sell up in the floating markets." "Perfect," Adam said, counting out the coins. "Thank you. Really. And you can keep the change." "Just don't come running back tomorrow, saying they're too small," Garrett warned. "And next time, maybe don't wait until closing." He looked at Adam's still flushed face and shook his head. "Or at least work on your running first." "Thanks again," Adam said, and headed straight for the Strider station. The massive razorback Strider squawked when he approached. 12 feet of irritable, feathered transportation. He paid the rider 15 silver for a trip to Redcliffe Valley, trying not to wince at the price. The creatures might look like overgrown, bad-tempered ostriches, but they could cover more ground in an hour than a horse could in 3. The beast slowed to a stop at Adam's signal. "Here's good, sir." Redcliffe Valley lived up to its name. Rust-colored cliffs dropping sharply to meet the sea, white foam crashing against their bases. The setting sun cast long shadows across the scrubland, and in the distance the first lights of Arcos Port were beginning to twinkle. Even after everything, this corner of the island still took his breath away. The rider, a weathered man probably in his 50s, frowned down at him. "Night's falling, kid. Not usual to see a boy your age out here at this hour." He hesitated, then added with careful neutrality, "Everything all right at home?" Adam almost laughed when he realized what this looked like. A child heading to a remote location at dusk, alone. Every indication of a runaway. "Oh, yes. Everything's fine, sir. Just have some business to attend to. I'll be heading back tonight." The man studied him for a long moment, thumb absently stroking his graying beard. "Tell you what, I'll be at the Salty Dog for a while." He pointed to a distant building where warm light spilled from windows onto the clifftop. "When you're done with your business, Come find me. I'll give you a ride back. I'm not sure I can afford the evening rates." "No charge." The man's eyes crinkled. "Just don't want a kid wandering around these cliffs after dark." "Thank you, sir. I'll find you when I'm done then." They parted ways. The Striders' heavy footfalls fading into the growing dusk. Adam watched them go, oddly touched by the stranger's concern. He'd forgotten how people could be kind for no reason at all. And so Adam surveyed the cliffs. Caves dotted the red rock face like holes in cheese, some barely more than shallow indents, others yawning black mouths that disappeared into darkness. At least 40 of them, he counted. Somewhere among them was his ticket to survival. What did he remember about the cave? He squinted, trying to drag details through 60 years of accumulated memories. It was high up. Yes, the guy had been chasing his goat up a narrow path when he found it. And there had been something about the entrance being partially hidden by rocks? Plants? Something that had made it easy to miss. He also remembered people making a big deal about how the cave entrance looked like a crescent moon when you stood at the right angle. Or was it a fish? No, definitely a crescent moon. That detail had stuck. Because someone had spun a whole theory about leprechauns and lunar magic that had made the rounds in the papers, and there had been something about water. Right, the cave. Had to be above the high tide line, because the treasure would have been long ruined otherwise. That at least narrowed things down. He could ignore all the caves near the bottom of the cliff, still left him with about 15 possibilities to check. Adam sighed and started climbing. At least his younger body made this less likely to kill him. He channeled mana through his pathways, the familiar tingle of levitation, making him lighter. Not enough to float. That would be too conspicuous. But enough to make climbing feel like walking upstairs instead of scaling a cliff face. One by one, he checked the caves above the tide line. The first one was barely deep enough to count as a cave. The second was promising until it opened into a natural chimney. The third was just right, except for being shaped like a lopsided triangle. The 4th hours passed. The sun disappeared entirely. Still no crescent moon. He sat on a ledge, frustrated and confused. He was absolutely certain about this location. The newspapers had mentioned Red Cliff Valley dozens of times. The crescent shape had been a major talking point. The treasure had definitely been here. Hadn't it? Darkness had fully settled now, and Adam was starting to wonder if maybe his 79-year-old memories weren't as reliable as he'd hoped. After all, what were the odds of remembering exact details of a newspaper story from 6 decades ago? He looked up at the moon, now fully visible in the night sky, and froze. Oh. Adam's eyes widened. Of course. A leprechaun's treasure wouldn't just be sitting in some obvious cave. These creatures were infamous for their deceptive magic, hiding things in plain sight through complex enchantments. They'd been known to conceal entire castles as pebbles, or turn forests into single trees that only revealed their true nature under specific conditions. And now that he thought about it, that guy had found it at night, hadn't he? Chasing his goat under moonlight. If I was a leprechaun, Adam muttered, what kind of magic would I use? He activated Identify, scanning the cliff face systematically. The system's descriptions appeared in his mind. Natural rock formation, common cliff moss, cave entrance, shallow. Thorny brush, indigenous to Zerks. Cave entrance, 15 meters deep. Weathered limestone deposit, ancient rue. He blinked. Wait, what was that? He looked away too quickly. What was that last one? He turned back, focusing his Identify on that specific spot again. There, almost hidden among the natural patterns of the rock. Ancient runic array, purpose. Concealment, estimated age, 537 years. As soon as he deactivated Identify, the rune vanished completely, invisible to the naked eye. He activated it again, studying the intricate pattern. Runes were the architecture of magic geometric patterns that shaped and directed mana flows like riverbeds guiding water. Each symbol was a command, each connecting line a channel, each intersection a transformation point. The truly fascinating part was how they could tap into the natural mana currents that flowed through the world, creating enchantments that could sustain themselves for centuries. This concealment array was a masterwork. The primary sigil spiraled outward in the pattern of endless return, sacred to leprechaun runecraft. Secondary marks branched off at spirit angles, creating a cascade that bent both light and perception around it. But the true genius lay in the lunar resonance marks woven through the pattern, tiny runes that shifted the array's power with the phases of the moon. Adam had to admire the craftsmanship. These were the kind of runes you only saw in museums or old ruins. Modern runesmiths used much simpler arrays, more efficient, built on centuries of streamlined magical theory. But these old patterns, they had an artistry to them that modern runecraft had lost in its pursuit of practicality. Knowledge of runes had survived since the time of Law, the farmer mage himself, who was said to possess natural runes. Something Adam had never seen in his long life. Not much was known about natural runes, but they had helped Law create the foundations of artificial runecraft that mages use today. But admiration, Adam realized, wouldn't get him inside. He needed to figure out how to disable it, or at least work around it. Adam studied the rune carefully. Different runes responded to different triggers. Some needed blood, others specific words, many just raw mana. But this one, if it's tied to moonlight, he muttered, thinking aloud, then entrance would only show under moonlight, so the rune must use it too. And if leprechauns made it, he remembered something from his magical theory classes. Leprechauns always built redundancies into their magic. They never relied on just one key. The pattern seemed to flow toward a central point, currently obscured by centuries of vine growth. Working carefully, keeping Identify active, to ensure he didn't lose sight of the rune, he cleared away the vegetation. Each time he exposed more of the pattern, new details emerged, smaller runes branching off the main array, all converging toward that center point. Okay, so moonlight's one component, he reasoned. The rune needs to see it directly. He stepped back, making sure the moon's light fell squarely on the newly exposed pattern. Nothing happened, but the lines seemed to shimmer slightly. And if it's using moonlight, it's probably designed to channel mana the same way. He traced the pattern with his eyes. Look at how all these lines spiral inward, like a funnel. It's not just blocking magic, it's directing it? He placed his hand on the central point and channeled his mana carefully, trying to match the flow suggested by the pattern. For a moment, nothing happened. Then he felt it. A subtle resonance like two tuning forks harmonizing. The rune began to glow faintly, moonlight and mana interweaving through its ancient lines. That's it, he breathed. It's not about forcing it. It's about matching its rhythm. The rune flared with silvery light, matching the moon's pale glow perfectly. The illumination spread through the pattern, like liquid mercury flowing through glass channels until Adam no longer needed Identify to see it. Then came the transformation. It started at the edges, the ancient geometric patterns beginning to flow like water, yet somehow maintaining their precise mathematical beauty. The lines twisted, curved, and reformed themselves in a hypnotic dance. Where rigid angles had been, now flowing scripts emerged. The transformation rippled inward, each ring of runes morphing in sequence, like watching a language being born. What emerged was writing. Yes, definitely writing, but in no script he immediately recognized. The letters, if they could be called that, had a certain angular quality to them, each character precise and purposeful. He squinted at them, trying to make sense of the flowing shapes. Wait, he'd seen something like this before, in the books about the Outer Kingdoms. The way the characters were constructed, each one built from straight lines meeting at sharp angles. Dwarven? He muttered in disbelief. Why would there be Dwarven writing on a leprechaun's treasure cave? Something wasn't adding up. And how had that shepherd managed to get past this? This wasn't the kind of puzzle you solved by accident. It required knowledge of ancient languages, understanding of complex magical theory, and Adam ran his hands through his hair. Sighing deeply, the writing seemed to mock him with its incomprehensible angles. He could decipher it, but the idea of going back and get the documents he'd need felt daunting. Then a thought struck him. Perhaps identify could give him some insight. He did not think the skill could translate things. It was a long shot, but at this point, what did he have to lose? Identify displayed its findings. Writing style. Late Second Era Dwarven Common Script. Origin. Mountain Holds of Kahazad. Approximate dating. 2,847 years old. Great. Very helpful. Adam sighed, turning to climb down. Then new text appeared in his vision. Would you like to translate this language? Yes! Adam practically shouted, then caught himself, grinning like a child. The ancient dwarven script began to shimmer and shift, each character dissolving and reforming in common. Before his eyes, like watching ink bleed through paper in reverse, familiar letters emerged from the angular shapes. What dies each night but rises anew, never the same yet always true, marked forever by what came before, yet clean as dawn upon the shore. It was a riddle. Huh. Adam hated riddles. Chapter 06. The Cave. Adam paced back and forth, muttering the riddle under his breath for what felt like the 100th time. His footsteps had probably worn a path in the dirt by now. Dies each night. Rises anew. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Give him a complex spell formula, and he could break it down in minutes. Present him with an ancient magical theorem, and he'd find 3 different ways to prove it before breakfast. Back in his previous life, he'd written a 12-volume treatise on theoretical applications of crystalline manastructures while bedridden with fever. And yet here he was, stumped by 4 simple lines of poetry. He let out a dry laugh. The irony wasn't lost on him. The man who had once been a hair's breadth from becoming Archmage, defeated by a riddle that a shepherd had apparently solved. Though to be fair, that part still didn't make sense. Focus, he told himself, returning to the glowing text. The words swam before his eyes, taunting him. In his old study, he'd had a wall covered in theoretical proofs that had made even senior mages' heads spin. But riddles? They required a different kind of thinking, lateral, intuitive. His mind preferred straight lines, clear paths from A to B. Something that dies, but comes back. He started pacing again. Something marked by the past, but clean. The moonlight was starting to fade. Soon he'd have to either solve this or come back another night. And wouldn't that be a blow to his pride? The former almost Archmage, having to admit defeat to a leprechaun's door puzzle. Adam sat down, crossing his legs. Fine. If his mind wanted logic, he'd give it logic. He pulled out his notebook from his inventory and began writing. Dies each night, rises anew. The sun? He looked up expectantly. Nothing. No, the sun doesn't really die. He scribbled more notes. The moon? No, always the same. Stars? Same problem. Dreams? He spoke each answer to the glowing text. Nothing. Something marked by the past but clean. He tapped his quill against the paper. Water? It carries sediment but looks clean. No, doesn't die each night. The tide? Close but not quite. An hour passed, his notebook filled with crossed-out answers. Dawn? Day? Twilight? Night itself? Each answer met with silence. Finally, he threw his quill down. Why? His voice echoed off the cliff face. Why was I chosen to come back if I can't even solve a simple riddle? He stood up, frustration boiling over. How am I supposed to change anything? How can I possibly alter the future when I can't even? His voice cracked. Wait, the future. His breath caught in his throat. Rises anew, never the same. The words took on new meaning. What's never the same but always happens? He glanced up at the moon, thinking about coming back the next day. Tomorrow. His eyes widened. Tomorrow, he said slowly, testing the word. Dies each night, because today becomes yesterday. Rises anew. Each dawn brings a new tomorrow. Never the same but always true, because each tomorrow is different, but it always comes. Marked forever by what came before, because every tomorrow carries the weight of yesterday. But, he smiled, yet clean as dawn upon the shore, because it's always a fresh start, a new beginning. Tomorrow, he said with certainty. The answer is tomorrow. The silvery text hung motionless in the air. 1 second passed. 2. 3. Aidsum's smile began to fade. His certainty wavered. Oh, come on, he whispered, that familiar frustration starting to bubble up again. That has to be. The rune pulsed once, brilliant moonlight flooding its channels. A deep rumbling sound emanated from within the cliff face, like the mountain itself was waking up. Aidum stumbled back as the rock wall began to shake. Dust sprayed from hairline cracks appearing around the rune. The rumbling grew louder, accompanied by mechanical clicks and the hum of old magic awakening. The wall split along those cracks with precise, geometric movements. Segments of rock shifted and retracted, layers sliding against each other like the workings of some ancient machine. Each piece moved with purpose, accompanied by that grinding sound and puffs of centuries-old dust. When the movement stopped, a crescent-shaped entrance stood before him. Edges too clean to be natural, too rough to be purely magical. Moonlight spilled through, catching the dancing dust motes. Adam let out a laugh that was half relief, half disbelief. I did it, he breathed. Then louder, I actually did it. He stared at the crescent-shaped entrance, his heart still racing. What if he'd been wrong? What if the wrong answer had triggered some ancient defensive magic? Nope, he said firmly, shaking his head. Not going down that road. Some questions are better giant. And for Sensid, left unanswered. And for someone who'd spent 2 lifetimes pursuing knowledge, it was probably the first time he'd ever been happy not knowing something. New location discovered. Moonfall Cavern. Adam waited for the worst of the dust to settle. Still, better safe than sorry. He pulled his shirt collar up over his nose and mouth. Years of working in ancient libraries had taught him that centuries-old dust was never pleasant to breathe. He wove flame with ease, a small but steady fire, materializing above his upraised palm. The light illuminated the path ahead, and he could not see how deep the cavern was. Taking one last deep breath through his makeshift filter, Aidum stepped into the opening. The grinding sounds had stopped, but he could still hear the occasional settling of stone, like the mountain was slowly exhaling after holding its breath for too long. The air inside was stale, carrying that distinctive smell of long-sealed spaces, a mix of old stone, mineral deposits, and time itself. As his flame cast moving shadows on the rough walls, tiny creatures scuttled away into cracks, mostly beetles and cave crickets that had somehow made their way in over the centuries. Spiderwebs, ancient and dusty, stretched between jutting rocks. The passage wasn't natural. While not perfectly smooth, The walls showed signs of deliberate shaping, with geometric patterns occasionally visible beneath years of mineral buildup. Water had dripped down some walls, leaving behind crystalline streams of calcium deposits. Adam paused, frowning. Something wasn't adding up. None of this? The rune, the mechanical entrance, had been mentioned in the news. When this place would be discovered. In his past life, he'd read about a shepherd simply finding a cave with treasure. He'd always wondered about that. The rune must have expired, he muttered, his voice echoing slightly. That's why the shepherd just walked in. All this, he gestured at the walls, with his flame-bearing hand would have been sealed away until the magic finally failed. Dude probably just had the dumb luck to be here when it happened. He snorted. 500,000 gold pieces. Just like that. The sum still boggled his mind. Something caught his eye, a faint glint in the darkness ahead, different from the usual mineral sparkle. The way it reflected his flame's light was distinctive, almost like it was responding to the magical energy itself. Is that a mana crystal? As Adam approached the glinting object, he used Identify. The response was immediate. Object, waypoint crystal type, transportation focus data tie, active, auto-triggering. Wait, what do you mean auto-triggering? The crystal pulsed with azure light. Adam tried to step back, but it was too late. The light enveloped him, and the sensation that followed was like being pulled through honey. Slow, disorienting, and slightly uncomfortable. The world stretched, twisted, and then he hit something with a metallic clinking sound. Multiple metallic clinking sounds, actually. Something was digging into his back, hard and irregular. Groaning, he pushed himself up to sitting position, fighting back a wave of nausea as his head spun. His stomach lurched, and he had to take several deep breaths to keep from emptying its contents right there. He froze as he finally got his bearings. Sk. Transportation crystals, he muttered, waiting for the world to stop swimming. Would it kill their makers to add some stabilization magic? Even a basic momentum dampener would. He swallowed hard. Would be nice. Groaning, he pushed himself up to sitting position and froze. Gold, not just a few coins. Not even a chest's worth. Gold coins spread out beneath him like a metallic beach flowing down in gentle slopes. Gems caught the light of wherever it was coming from, throwing rainbow sparkles across the chamber. Ornate cups and plates peeked out between coins, their precious metals, tarnished but unmistakably valuable. A sword hilt studded with rubies protruded nearby, its blade still miraculously gleaming after all these years. His mouth went dry. He'd seen the imperial treasury once during a special ceremony. This was more. Location discovered. The Serpent's Labyrinth Treasury. Chamber. He stood carefully, coins sliding and tinkling around his feet. The chamber was vast, its ceiling lost in shadows above. The treasure spread out before him wasn't a mountain. You couldn't swim in it, like those ridiculous children's stories. But it was more wealth than he'd ever seen in either lifetime. Enough to buy a small kingdom. Enough to... Something moved in the shadows at the far end of the chamber. Adam's heart stopped. This, he realized with growing dread, was definitely not in the shepherd's story. Adam's mind kicked into survival mode. First rule of unknown magical environments. Gather information. Don't panic. Stay alive long enough to think. He maintained Identify as a constant thread of magic, while his eyes scanned the chamber methodically. The skill's feedback was concerning. Multiple magical signatures, some he'd never encountered before. Ancient protections, probably. No one left this much wealth unguarded. His hand found the ruby-studded sword, lifting it carefully. The balance was surprisingly good. Item, Flamebrand sword, Class S type. Enchanted weapon, Dotsi, active Botsi, unknown, better than nothing. He kept his casting hand free, in his experience. Magic was always more reliable than steel. The flame spell still hovered above him, casting moving shadows that made everything more uncertain. Another movement in the darkness. Then another from a different direction. The coins shifted somewhere to his left with a gentle tinkling sound. He was in the open, exposed. Amateur mistake. Slowly, deliberately, Adam began moving backward toward the nearest wall. Keep your back covered. Control what can approach you. Basic combat principles he'd read lifetime ago. The magical signatures were getting stronger, or closer. Something slithered in the darkness. The chamber suddenly felt a lot smaller, and the shadows a lot deeper. Adam canceled flame. Relative darkness swallowed him for a heartbeat. In that same instant, he wove fireball, launching it high into the air above. The chamber exploded with light, and time stopped. There was no time to see all the details, but one thing Adam was sure of: snake. Massive snake. Jaws open. Coming straight for him. Adam's body moved before his mind could process. Pure instinct threw him sideways as the massive head struck. The impact shook the chamber, stone cracking, where he'd stood a fraction of a second before. Coins sprayed everywhere like metallic rain. Adam rolled to his feet, already weaving another fireball, this one with enough power to drain half his mana. The spell struck the creature's scales with a thunderous roar. The beast screamed, a sound that belonged in nightmares. As flames engulfed its head, there was no smell, no smoke. The first fireball above was fading. In its dying light, Adam spotted an archway across the chamber. He ran. Gold coins scattered under his feet, treacherous as marbles. Behind him, the creature thrashed, its massive body sending treasures flying. Something hot brushed his back. Its breath? Poison? He didn't want to know. Shit, 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 shit! He vaulted over a fallen pillar, nearly lost his footing on landing. The archway seemed impossibly far. The sound of scales on coins grew closer. Too close. A fang caught his shirt, almost ripping it away. Adam didn't look back. Looking back meant death. The archway was just ahead, 10 steps away. 5. The beast lunged. Adam dove forward, rolling through the arch as massive jaws snapped shut behind him. He scrambled to his feet, running blindly into the darkness beyond, the creature's frustrated roar echoing off the walls. What? Adam gasped for air. The actual hell! He wove flame with shaking hands, nearly botching the spell. The light revealed stone corridors branching in multiple directions. A maze? His voice cracked. A maze? That idiot shepherd just found some gold in a cave, my ass. He stumbled forward, still trying to catch his breath. Nobody said anything about a giant snake or a labyrinth. Or, another roar echoed through the corridors, making him jump. Or that! The sound of something massive moving through stone tunnels came from everywhere, nowhere. The maze's acoustics made it impossible to tell. If I survive this, he wheezed, picking a direction at random, I'm finding that shepherd and... He caught his foot on an uneven stone, barely keeping his balance. And I don't know what I'll do, but it'll involve a very long conversation about the difference between I found some treasure and there's a giant snack guarding it in a maze. Another roar, closer this time. Or was it? Damn these echoes. And what kind of idiot am I? He turned a corner, then another. Oh, look, a mysterious rune and a sealed cave. Let's just walk right in. Brilliant, Adam. Absolutely brilliant. Adam slumped against a wall, chest heaving. No, panic wasn't helping. Panic would get him killed. He needed to think. He forced his breathing to slow, trying to quiet his thundering heart. Think, analyze, solve. The crystal had transported him directly to the treasury. No path in, just there. Which meant finding his way back to the entrance wasn't an option. There might not even be one. and now he was in a maze with another distant roar. Write that. Okay, he whispered, organizing his thoughts. Facts. That fireball was strong enough to kill a horse. It's still alive, probably resistant to fire magic. He grimaced. Would have been nice to know that before using half my mana. The sound of something large moving through stone echoed again. Can't fight it. Can't outrun it forever. Can't find an exit I don't know exists. He closed his eyes, thinking, there has to be a way out. Nobody builds something like this without an escape route. The crystal brought me in, so. He opened his eyes. There has to be another crystal. The question was, how to find it before that thing found him. As Autumn caught his breath, something moved in his flame's light. He instinctively tensed, but it was too small to be the snake. Creature. Cave hopper. Type. Indigenous maze dweller. Data. Alert. The creature looked like a rabbit, if rabbits had evolved in darkness, pale, with oversized ears and eyes that reflected his flame's light. It froze upon seeing him. You survived down here, Adam whispered. You must know safe places. The hopper bolted. Without thinking, Adam followed. These creatures always knew where to hide, where predators couldn't reach. The hopper bounded ahead, surprisingly fast. Adam's flame bobbed as he ran, casting wild shadows that made following harder. Wait, you little. The ground vanished. There was a moment of weightlessness, a sharp intake of breath, and then impact. Pain shot through his side as he tumbled down a steep slope. His flame spell flickered out. Something cracked under him. Multiple somethings. He rolled to a stop in complete darkness, groaning. When Adam re-wove flame, the light revealed what had broken his fall. Bones, hundreds of them, small ones, large ones, complete skeletons and scattered remains. Some belonged to cave hoppers, others to creatures he didn't recognize. All picked clean. His hand had landed in a rib cage big enough to belong to a deer. Oh no, he breathed, scrambling to his feet. A skull rolled away, disappearing into a pile of other bones. The chamber wasn't large, but every inch of floor was covered in remains. This wasn't just a pit, it was a feeding ground. Something moved in the tunnel above. The sound of scales on stone grew closer. Sssss. The sound made his blood freeze. Adam's hand found the sword in the darkness, gripping it tight. He adjusted his glasses, while his heart hammered so hard he could hear it over the rattling of disturbed bones beneath his feet. Two enormous eyes appeared in the tunnel above, reflecting his flame's light like mirrors. Adam quickly used Identify. While preparing a barrier, creature, white worm, 10, life force, 500, type, indigenous great forest dweller Datai, enraged. The eyes drew closer. Adam's grip on the sword tightened. Wait for it. Let it commit to the strike. Don't waste energy on useless movements. A massive head emerged from the tunnel, scales gleaming dully in the flame light. The creature's mouth opened, revealing rows of teeth longer than daggers. Muscles tensed along its neck. Adam's breath seemed unnaturally loud in the sudden silence. The worm struck. Bear flared to life as Adam dove sideways. Fangs scraped against magic, with a sound like nails on glass. The beast's head smashed into the bone-covered floor where he'd stood. Now, Adam swung the sword with everything he had, aiming for the creature's neck. The blade bounced off scales with a metallic clang. Oh, that's not fair. The worm's head snapped toward him, jaws opening wide. Adam rolled through bones as massive jaws snapped shut where he'd been. His mind raced through facts like flipping pages. Immune to steel, immune to fire, but it reared back from the flames. Why? Why fear something that can't hurt you? The worm's head tracked his movement. Those eyes, if he could just... He grabbed a handful of small bones, hurling them at the creature's face while weaving fireball. Not a massive one, just enough too. The beast's head jerked back instinctively from the flying debris. Perfect. Adam launched the fireball directly at its eyes, already moving, already reaching for the sword again. The flames wouldn't hurt it, but the light, the surprise. The worm reared back, exactly as he'd hoped. Adam charged forward, sword aimed for those massive eyes. Something massive swept his legs. The world spun. His newly made a barrier shattered like glass. 24 life force. Status: you suffered a moderate injury. Adam slammed into a pile of bones, air rushing from his lungs. His glasses cracked. Pain exploded across his ribs. The sword clattered away somewhere. Sssss. The worm thrashed wildly, still blinded by the fireball's light. Its massive body whipped around the chamber, smashing into walls. A rib cage larger than Adam went flying. Then he saw it. Through cracked glasses, he watched the beast's underbelly scrape across a jagged bone. A tiny cut appeared. Gnome 0.5 life force, 499, 500. Adam's eyes widened. He spotted a narrow crevice leading up out of the pit. All right, he whispered, scrambling toward it. A plan crystallized in his mind. Pull! Adam's hand shot out, magic yanking the sword through scattered bones. Just as the worm's jaws struck, he caught the blade and dove into the crevice, brushing past plant leaves that partly obscured the narrow opening. Fangs scraped stone inches behind him, the beast's frustrated roar vibrating through the rock itself. Too narrow for it to follow. The sound of the massive body thrashing against the opening echoed after him as he climbed. But he kept going. He had a weakness to exploit now. Adam stumbled into a cavern, where crystals caught his flame's light, throwing scattered rainbows across pools of water. Cave hoppers and other small creatures scattered at his approach, their tiny feet pattering away into darkness. The sword clattered to the ground as he practically fell forward, plunging his face into the nearest pool. The water was cold, almost painfully so, but he didn't care. His throat felt like sandpaper. He kept his head submerged longer than necessary, letting the silence calm his racing thoughts. The water muffled everything except his heartbeat and the soft echo of drops falling somewhere deeper in the cave. When he finally came up for air, his mind was clearer. The beast had found him multiple times now. Always after he'd made noise. The running, the fighting, even just talking to himself. Sound carried far in these tunnels. He touched his bruised ribs gently, wincing. The snake's reactions were almost predictable. It struck at movement, at sound. It would rear up to deliver killing blows, exposing its belly in the process. If he could somehow... Adam picked up a small stone, tossed it into a far pool. The splash echoed weirdly, seeming to come from multiple directions at once, just like the snake's movements had seemed to come from everywhere. Earlier, his eyes narrowed, studying the cavern's layout. The uneven ground, the pools, the crystal formations creating natural acoustic channels. He could use this. If he positioned himself just right, created noise in specific places, he could make the snake strike exactly where he wanted, and when it reared up for the kill. Adam picked up the sword again, testing its weight. He'd only get one chance at this. All right, he whispered. Let's set up a welcome party. The cavern's acoustics revealed themselves with each careful step. Adam's fingers traced the crystal formations, feeling vibrations travel. 3 large crystals created a natural funnel for sound. Perfect. A tap here echoed precisely where he needed it. His boots slipped on wet stone. The scraping sound echoed. He froze. Nothing. Breathing slowly through his nose, he began digging near a pool's edge. Each movement had to be silent. The ground gave way easily, softened by centuries of water seepage. His hands worked methodically, measuring depth against his arm's length. The sword laid carefully aside, he widened the hole just enough, No more, no less. Extra space meant extra sound. Crystal tumbled. Adam's heart stopped. Silence. Sweet dripped despite the cave's chill as he positioned loose stones around the hole's edge. When struck right, they'd create a sequence of sounds like running prey. The echoes would lead straight to. Something shifted in the tunnels beyond. Adam didn't breathe for 10 seconds. False alarm. Water from the nearest pool was already seeping into his trap, softening the earth further. The snake's weight would do the rest. He tested the hole's depth one final time, calculating the sword's arc. It had to be perfect. One chance. A distant hiss froze his blood. Too soon. He eased himself into position, every movement measured. The sword aligned just so, loose stones ready to create their deadly symphony. Now came the worst part. Waiting. As expected, the weight was unbearable. 1, 2, 3. Water dripped somewhere. Each drop echoed like thunder in Adam's ears. His arms ached from holding the sword at the perfect angle, but he didn't dare adjust his position. 4, 5. A pebble shifted near the tunnel entrance. His heart stopped. Too soon. Please be too soon. Silence returned. His muscles screamed to move. 6, 7. The sound came from everywhere and nowhere. Adam's fingers tightened on the sword grip. Sweat rolled down his forehead, but he couldn't risk wiping it away. 8. Knee. A crystal shifted. Wrong timing. Wrong place. The hiss grew closer. Don't move. Don't breathe. Don't. Something heavy scraped against stone above. Particles of dirt rained into the hole. One landed on his nose. It itched unbearably. 10, 11. The massive body slithered past his hiding spot. He could feel the ground vibrate. Just a little further. Just a little. His leg cramped. The sword trembled slightly. The movement above stopped. 12. There. The snake's head snapped toward his position. A heartbeat of perfect stillness. Adam's free hand found a loose crystal. One chance. He flicked it. Carefully. Arranged stones responded, creating a cascade of sounds. Prey running, stumbling, panicking. The acoustics carried the symphony exactly as planned. The massive head whipped away, following the phantom prey. Almost. The worm's body tensed, coiling. Adam could feel its weight shifting above him, preparing to strike. The ground groaned under its mass. Now! Arg! The sword thrust upward as the snake struck downward. Scales parted. Resistance then. A give. Every muscle in Adam's arms screamed as tons of serpentine flesh threatened to wrench the blade sideways. His shoulders felt like they were being torn apart, but he held the sword steady. If it tilted even slightly, the strike would fail. The blade sank deep into soft flesh. The beast's own momentum did the rest. Steel tore through the worm's entire length as it shot forward. Blood cascaded into the hole like a red waterfall, hot and thick, drenching Adam completely. The creature's shriek shattered crystals, a sound of pure agony that echoed through every tunnel of the maze. Internal organs spilled from the massive gash, splattering across the cavern floor. The snake's body thrashed wildly, its coils smashing against walls, its blood painting everything crimson. Adam held the sword steady, even as more blood poured over him, into his mouth, his eyes. The blade kept cutting, kept tearing, until the worm's momentum finally ceased. The massive body collapsed, twitching, organs still sliding out of the horrific wound that had split it nearly in half. A final, wet hiss escaped its jaws, then silence. Achievement unlocked. Serpent Slayer, you have slain the white worm. Level 10. Stat creases. Intelligence +3. Quick thinking in combat. Strength +2. Wielding sword against massive resistance. Dexterity +2. Precise movements under pressure. Vitality +2. Survival against overwhelming odds. Wisdom +3. Strategic planning and execution. Agility +2. Evasive maneuvers. Note, specific stat increases can be hidden by the user. Life Force 100-205. Inventory increased to N10. Blood-soaked and trembling with exhaustion, Adam let out a shaky breath. The sword slipped from his fingers, clattering against stone. He was alive. I'm alive. Somehow. Wait a minute. He frowned, addressing the system. I thought you didn't grant power? Why do I have stat increases? Clarification. System does not grant power directly. Recent combat experience has pushed your body and mind to their limits, resulting in natural growth. Stat increases reflect your own achievements and adaptations during intense stress. Adam nodded slowly, processing the information. He glanced at his hands, flexing his fingers. The trembling had subsided. And the life force increase? The inventory expansion? He pressed, still skeptical. Life force increase is a natural result of pushing beyond previous limitations. Inventory expansion is a system feature unlocked by demonstrated growth, as previously explained. I see. Every inch of Adam dripped red as he hauled himself from the hole. The blood had seeped everywhere. Under his fingernails, between his toes, in every fold of clothing. His hair was matted with it, thick and warm. It filled his ears, coated his tongue with a familiar metallic taste that made him pause. His boots made wet, sucking sounds as he pulled them from the red pool that had collected in his hiding spot. Blood ran down his glasses in rivulets, turning the world red. He took them off. The worm's massive corpse stretched across the cavern, internal organs still spilling from the terrible gash. Parts of its tail still twitched, muscles remembering life. The wound gaped like a second mouth, showing just how perfectly his sword had split it. Warning. Special blood detected? Analyzing. The blood dripped thick and warm across his skin, making odd clop-clop sounds as it landed. A strange tingling sensation began to spread wherever it touched, though the blood itself remained stubbornly present. Wait, tingling? Adam froze. Blood wasn't supposed to tingle. Not normal blood, not monster blood, not any kind of blood. His heart began to race as the sensation intensified, spreading across his skin like pins and needles. No, he muttered, frantically trying to wipe it away, only managing to smear it further. His mind raced through everything he knew about monster parts. Hearts could grant abilities if you were born with the right constitution. Some organs were sought after as aphrodisiacs by foolish nobles with more gold than sense. Certain flesh just tasted impossibly salty, while other parts would kill you outright. But blood? Blood wasn't supposed to do anything except maybe poison you if you were unlucky. The tingling grew stronger. Was this how it felt to be poisoned by monster blood? Monsters were mutants, creatures warped by concentrated mana over time, and no two were exactly alike. That's what made them so dangerous. You could never be entirely sure what effects their parts might have. What worked like a charm for one adventurer could kill the next. And this was a white worm, a creature he knew very little about. Who knew what its blood might do? He'd heard horror stories of adventurers who'd gotten monster blood in their wounds. Some dissolved from the inside out. Others suffered mutations that... He cut that line of thought off, his breathing becoming rapid and shallow, worm blood properties integrating with host body. Integrating what? Wait! He shouted, as if that would have changed anything. New passive skill acquired. White worm body. Very rare. Level 1. White worm body. Your flesh remembers the serpent's blood that bathed it. Each instance of body damage will gradually strengthen your physical resistance. Current defense multiplier, 101x. Through successive damage and healing, your body will develop resistance, potentially surpassing the white worm's own scales while maintaining human flexibility and adaptability. Maximum potential. Unknown. Adam's panic subsided as he read the system notification, replaced by cautious relief. A skill? That was unexpected. As the system notification faded, the tingling gradually subsided. He took a deep breath, his panic giving way to curiosity as his analytical mind kicked in. A skill from monster blood? That wasn't supposed to happen unless... System, he started, trying to keep the hope from his voice. Did something change with my constitution? Like, can I safely consume monster parts now? The possibilities raced through his mind. Is this some sort of reward for coming back? No, you are not special. Adam blinked at the blunt response. Monsters are mutants. While their effects on humans are generally predictable, variations can occur. This particular white worm happened to possess this property, which was transferred to you through blood contact. Had it been another white worm, the effects could have ranged from nothing to death. You were merely lucky. There was a long moment of silence as Adam processed this. Was the "you are not special" line necessary? The system only provides accurate information. Right, he muttered, wiping more blood from his face. Thanks for that. Looking at his blood-soaked reflection in one of the pools, Adam raised an eyebrow. So, let me get this straight. You want me to get hit? A lot, repeatedly, for this to get stronger? Yes. All right, just making sure we were on the same page, he muttered dryly, wiping futilely at his face and only managing to smear more blood around. Because getting beaten half to death is exactly what I had planned for my weekend anyway. The system offered no response to his sarcasm. The worm's corpse just continued its death spasms behind him, as if to emphasize exactly what kind of punishment his body would need to endure to reach that level of defense. Awesome. Note, a critical area remains unaffected, upper mid-back unexposed to ancient blood. This will remain normal and vulnerable. The system displayed. Adam froze. His hand reached for the spot between his shoulder blades where he found a leaf, probably from the earlier crevice. It was the only place untouched by the worm's blood. Oh, no, you don't, he muttered. He turned back to the still pooling blood, crouched, and scooped a handful into his palm. Without hesitation, he reached over his shoulder and smeared the warm liquid onto the bare spot. It soaked into his skin instantly, leaving a faint, almost imperceptible tingle in its wake. There, perfect. Adam glanced at the still warm blood pooling around his feet. Hey, can I store some of this? You know, just in case I missed a spot somewhere important. Analyzing. Blood absorption window has expired. Current blood properties. Normal. No special qualities remain. Of course, he sighed, then turned his attention to the worm's split carcass. Well, might as well not waste everything. He waded through the gore, toward where the massive heart lay exposed through the wound. Even in death, it was larger than his torso. The organ would fetch a considerable price. Monster hearts always did. And if he was lucky, he might find a constitution-gifted individual willing to pay even more. Those rare few who could consume monster hearts and gain their properties. A gift Adam unfortunately never possessed. He picked up his sword again, carefully cutting away the crucial connecting tissues. At least something good came from getting a bloodbath, he muttered, working the heart free. Besides the whole "please hit me harder" skill. Heart of the white worm has been added to inventory. Item will remain in stasis until retrieved. Adam looked at the sword in his hands, still dripping with worm's blood. He trained in swordsmanship for some time when he was younger. It wasn't just that he was terrible at it, though he absolutely was. The countless bruises from dropped guards and mistimed parries proved that. No, the bigger problem was that he'd never wanted to learn. Why spend hours swinging a sword when he could be learning about the theoretical foundations of elemental magic? His father had eventually given up, though the disappointment never quite left his eyes. "Well," Adam muttered, "looks like I don't have that luxury anymore." This world wouldn't let him hide behind books. System. What exactly does a rank S weapon mean? Rank represents one of the highest quality classification possible. This blade was forged from star-fallen steel, a material of celestial origin. The corner of his mouth twitched upward, a star-fallen blade. The kind of weapon that made collectors lose their minds and their fortunes. The type that, in the right hands, could carve its way into legend itself. In his hands, though, he shook his head. That would need work. The treasure, he suddenly remembered. The sword wasn't the only secret this place held. He spotted a deeper pool nearby and waded in, watching clouds of red disperse in the clear water. The cold bit at his skin as he scrubbed worm's blood from his clothes, his hair, his skin. Once reasonably clean, he climbed out, clothes soaked but at least no longer crimson. He oriented himself, trying to remember the path back to the treasure room through the maze of tunnels, the route now eerily quiet. Without the worm's presence, when he finally reached the treasure room again, he let out a low whistle. He hadn't been dreaming. This was far beyond the reported 500 Zirzo gold pieces. This had to be at least 50 million, maybe more. The disparity between historical records and reality was puzzling. How had such a vast difference gone unreported? A question for another time, perhaps, but for now, he had more pressing matters. Reaching into his inventory, Adam pulled out the dimension bags he had purchased earlier. He began filling the bags methodically, watching as the system confirmed each one's capacity. 1 bag full, 2, 3, 4, 5. About 50,000 gold pieces secured, and it barely made a dent in the massive pile. That'll do for now, he decided, storing the bags back in his inventory. He'd need to check the rune at the cave's entry later, make sure it wouldn't expire at an inconvenient moment. The rest of the treasure would have to wait. Adam cast one last look at the glittering hoard. "Don't worry, I'll be back. But first, I need to find a way out of here." The exit, as it turned out, didn't require an epic quest through winding tunnels or another death-defying swim. No, it was right there in the treasure room, because of course it was. A seemingly innocuous crystal jutted from the wall behind where the worm had originally coiled, barely visible unless you knew to look for it. Adam stared at it for a solid minute, fighting the urge to facepalm. All that running, all that planning, all that blood, when he could have just... He shook his head, choosing to file this under things we don't talk about. Along with that time, he spent 3 hours trying to open a locked door before realizing it opened outward. The crystal hummed at his touch, and the world shifted. In an instant, he found himself back in the entrance chamber. As he stepped out into the moonlight, the cave entrance sealed itself behind him with a soft grinding of stone on stone. He turned back, eyes narrowing as he studied the rune patterns etched around the now sealed entrance. His fingers traced the air, memorizing each curve and line. He'd be back, of course. 50,000 gold pieces was nice, but there were still millions more waiting down there, not to mention whatever other secrets that treasure room might be hiding. The salty dog. Adam corrected himself as he made his way down the cliffs, his steps careful in the darkness. Midnight had probably come and gone, and he felt a twinge of guilt about keeping the kind stranger waiting, if he was even still there. The strider was the first thing he saw, its massive form silhouetted against the tavern's warm lights. The creature turned its long neck toward him, letting out a soft warble that was surprisingly gentle for such an intimidating beast. Adam reached up to pat its feathered neck, earning another pleased sound. "At least you're still here," he murmured to the creature. trying not to think about how much trouble he'd be in if the rider had given up and left. The walk back to Zerk's would be unpleasant. Taking a deep breath, Adam pushed open the heavy wooden door of the Salty Dog. The tavern, smell, ale, smoke, and something vaguely resembling food washed over him as he stepped inside. The tavern fell silent the moment he stepped in. The music was interrupted, conversations died mid-sentence, and every head turned toward the door. "Oi, Garth!" A gray-bearded man slurred, swaying on his stool. Garth, you see what I'm seeing? There's a Lil Ghoul right there, right by the door, ain't there? I'm not seeing things again, am I? For heaven's sake, Morris, that's a child." A woman's voice cut through the silence. She stood up from behind the bar, wiping her hands on her apron as she approached Adam. She crouched down, her face a mixture of concern and alarm. "Sweet merciful God, child, are you lost? What happened to you?" Adam caught his reflection in the mirror by the door and finally understood their reaction. His hair was plastered to his head, clothes torn and mud-stained, and despite his earlier attempts at cleaning up, dried blood still caked parts of his skin and clothes. He looked like something that had crawled out of a grave. "Oh, it's not my blood," he said helpfully. The woman's expression froze. "I was hunting," Adam added quickly. "There was an accident." He raised his hand, conjuring a small flame that danced above his palm. "Ah." The entire tavern seemed to exhale in unison. "Magic student," someone muttered. "That explains it. Remember when my nephew started at the academy? Came home looking like he'd fought a tornado." "Mages," several people said simultaneously, shaking their heads and returning to their drinks. The woman laughed. It was a very memorable one, the kind of warm laugh that made her whole face light up. Her eyes crinkled at the corners. "Must have had quite the adventure, haven't you? You have no idea. Come sit. I'll fix you something to eat." "Actually," Adam interrupted, glancing at the Strider outside, "I'm looking for someone." "The owner of that Strider out there?" "Oh, you mean Kai? He's just gone to the privy. Mentioned having one last fare tonight. That'd be you then?" Adam nodded. "Well, come on then," she said, taking his hand. "At least have some milk and cookies while you wait. You're skinny as a rake, child." Adam chuckled, about to politely decline when, "Oi, Tara," came a slurred voice from the corner. "Can I have some milk and cookies too?" "Me too," another drunk chimed in, then turned to Adam with an exaggerated wink. "Don, turn her down, lad. Best chocolate chip cookies this side of the aisles. I tell ya!" "Are you grown men really trying to mooch cookies from a child's plate?" Tara put her hands on her hips. "No," came the collective response, followed immediately by, "Maybe a little." She sighed the long, suffering sigh of someone who'd been dealing with these regulars for years. "Come on, love," she said to Adam, "before this lot tries to adopt you just to get at my baking." "Too late," someone called out. "I already picked out a name for him." Adam settled at the counter while Tara bustled behind it. "Just took a fresh batch out of the oven," she called over her shoulder. "Give them a minute to cool." "Thank you, ma'am." Tara's smile warmed. "Such nice manners." He felt it before he saw it, that distinct sensation of being watched. Turning slightly, he caught sight of a man with an impressive red beard staring at him intently. Adam looked at the counter, the ceiling, the door, anywhere else. The man kept staring. "Warm or cold milk, dear?" "Warm, please." Coming right up, the staring continued, then poke. Did he just... Adam thought while facing him. "What? Do a trick. What? A trick. Do a trick." Like moths to a flame, other patrons gravitated toward them. "Yeah, you're a mage, ain't ya? Show us something." Before he knew it, the whole tavern was chanting, "Trick! Trick! Trick!" Adam glanced around and sighed at the eager faces, clearly belonging to men who'd had a few too many drinks. He supposed he could entertain them, even for a bit. Anyone have a deck of cards? Ooh, a card trick. The red-bearded man produced a weathered deck from his pocket, nearly dropping it twice before successfully handing it over. Adam shuffled the cards with practiced ease, one of the few useful skills he'd picked up in his past, life's countless nights of solitary research. The familiar motion drew everyone closer. "Sir," he addressed the red-bearded man, "would you like to assist? Me?" The man straightened up proudly. "Name's Sean." "All right, Sean. Pick a card, any card." As Sean reached for the deck, Adam channeled a tiny thread of mana into the cards, just enough. Not too much. Sean selected a card, showed it to the crowd, 7 of hearts, and returned it to the deck. Adam shuffled again, then paused. The bard, who had resumed playing softly in the background, caught his eye. With a slight nod, the musician changed his tune to something more dramatic. "Now," Adam said, raising his voice slightly, "your card will come to me." He held the deck in his left hand, raised his right, and snapped his fingers. A small flame appeared above his palm, and simultaneously a single card floated up from the deck, spinning slowly in the air. The tavern went silent. The card continued rising until it was eye level with Sean, then flipped to reveal the 3 of clubs. "That's not my card," Sean said, disappointed. "Oh?" Adam feigned surprise. "Are you sure? Maybe you should check your pocket." Sean reached into his vest pocket and pulled out a card, the 7 of hearts. His eyes widened. "But how did you—" "Wait," Adam interrupted, pointing at the floating 3 of clubs. "What's that behind your ear?" Sean reached up and found another card. The 3 of clubs he'd just been looking at was now somehow behind his ear, while the one that had been floating was gone. The tavern erupted. "Mage! Mage! Mage!" Tara, returning with the milk and cookies, had to weave through the celebrating crowd. "Well," she said, placing the plate in front of him, "I haven't seen them this excited since the time old Morris convinced everyone he'd caught a mermaid, and it turned out to be a painted cod." "Thank you, ma'am," Adam said, reaching for a cookie. The moment he bit into it, time seemed to slow down. The chocolate chips were still melting, creating perfect pockets of richness that contrasted with the crispy edges and soft center. The buttery sweetness spread across his tongue, accompanied by hints of vanilla and— was that a touch of cinnamon? The cookie somehow managed to be both delicate and substantial, crumbling just right without falling apart. The system displayed Ni-1 life force. He closed his eyes, savoring each note of flavor like it was a symphony. In 79 years of living, he'd never. His eyes snapped open. "Hey!" Where there had been a plate full of cookies moments ago, there was now a single lonely survivor, surrounded by guilty-looking crumbs. The drunk men around him were all chewing suspiciously, avoiding eye contact. Tara's laugh rang out. "Don't worry, dear. I've got more batches cooling. I'll pack you a tray to take with you, since you seem to be enjoying them." "These are the best cookies I've ever eaten," Adam said, with complete sincerity, the kind that could only come from 7 decades of comparison. "Told you," shouted the man from earlier, spraying cookie crumbs everywhere. He swallowed hard and pointed at Adam triumphantly. "What'd I say? Best cookies this side of the aisles, this side of any aisles. I'll definitely come back here whenever I can," Adam said earnestly, reaching for the last cookie before anyone else could steal it. Tara laughed. "You sound just like my boy. He's around the same age as you, too. Gets this same look in his eyes every time I bake a fresh batch." "Really? Your son is lucky to have these at home," Adam said softly, then added more quietly, "Makes me miss my mother's cooking even more." He made a mental note to visit home as soon as possible. Maybe take a leave? "Say, Tara," one of the men piped up, swaying slightly on his feet. Wasn't your little one wanting to be a mage, too? Should introduce him to our cookie mage here. At least he'd be paying for his treats, unlike some of us freeloaders. Adam felt his cheeks burn. The drunk had a point. Oh no, I couldn't possibly. Tara started. I'd love to help, Adam interrupted. I could be his sponsor at the academy. Tara fell silent, her hand stilling on the counter. Are you sure? Absolutely. These cookies are more than worth it, he smiled. Has he been tested already? Yes, since he was 4. The stone turned silver for him. Oh? Adam's eyebrows rose. Why wasn't he taken in then? Tara's expression flickered, her hands twisting her apron. There were some complications with the process. Noting her discomfort, Adam quickly changed the subject. Well, I'll do my best to have him join Xerx by next semester. I mean it. Thank you. Tara's eyes were suddenly bright. Thank you. She looked like she was about to cry, and probably, to not ruin the mood, she exclaimed. Oh, wait just a moment, before disappearing into the kitchen. She returned moments later with a cloth-wrapped bundle that smelled heavenly. Here you go, dear. Still warm. Adam accepted the package, the warmth seeping through the cloth into his hands. Thank you, really. At that moment, a deep voice came from behind. You're here. Adam turned to see Kai, looking exactly as he had hours ago, as if time hadn't passed at all. I'm sorry for making you wait, Adam said, but Kai waved it off. Not a problem. Usually head out around this hour anyway. He looked Adam up and down, taking in the dried blood, torn clothes, and general dishevelment. Rough night, huh? Very. Yes. Adam turned to Tara, who was still dabbing at her eyes with her apron. Good night, ma'am, and thank you. Good night, Kai. The entire tavern erupted in unison. Then, goodbye, Taki Mage, come back soon. Adam waved, unable to suppress a smile as he followed Kai out, carefully clutching his precious bundle of cookies. The last thing he heard was someone attempting to start another round of Mage! 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 Before the heavy door swung shut behind them. The journey back to Xerxes was quiet, largely because Adam fell asleep almost immediately after settling into Kai's cart. He woke to a gentle shake of his shoulder. We're here, Kai said. Oh, thank you, Adam mumbled, still groggy. See you around. Kai just waved, his strider letting out a soft whicker as they turned away. The academy structures loomed unchanged before him. Thank goodness. He made his way to his dorm, feet moving automatically along familiar paths. Holy shy! The scream pierced the quiet as he opened the door. Sam's eyes went wide. Dude, what the hell happened to you? Went hunting, Autumn said casually. It was a perfect excuse, really. Mage students, especially those in their first 3 years, were actively encouraged to practice their spells. Through hunting, particularly if they were interested in becoming battle mages. You want to be a battle mage? Sam's eyebrows shot up. Been thinking about it. You've been so weird today. Like, cool, kinda, but weird. Thank you, Sam. You're welcome. Wait, are those cookies I'm smelling alongside all the blood on you? Adam chuckled. Best cookies ever. He unwrapped the bundle, the aroma filling their room. Wait, should we get milk? There's the distributor down the corridor. Still should be working at this hour, Sam said, already heading for the door. Don't start without me. Adam settled on the floor. Exhaustion finally catching up with him. There was something nagging at the back of his mind, something important he'd forgotten. But no matter how hard he tried to grasp it, it slipped away like smoke. Sam burst back in with 2 bottles. Only 1 cow milk left. The rest is muyak, he said, holding up a bottle of familiar blue liquid. Dibs on the muyak, then. Fine by me. I prefer cow anyway. Sam tossed him the blue bottle and dropped down beside him. These smell amazing. Try one. Sam bit into a cookie and his eyes immediately closed. just as Adam's had done earlier. "Who made these?" he demanded through a mouthful of crumbs. "A nice lady back at Adam's eyes suddenly went wide. "What? Are you having a stroke or something?" "His name." "Huh?" Sam asked, already reaching for another cookie. "I didn't ask for it," Adam groaned. "Her son's name. I promised to help get her son into Xerx, and I don't even know his name." Chapter 07. Key. After 20 minutes of navigating the Academy's ever-helpful, and occasionally over-helpful, corridors, deflecting 3 duel challenges, politely declining to recount his fight with Damus for the 7th time that morning, and somehow ending up in the West Wing twice, despite explicitly heading east, Adam finally arrived at his destination, in the East Wing, where he'd been trying to go all along. Little victories. He doubled over, hands on his knees, catching his breath. Adam's lungs, he noted with clinical detachment, were definitely not built for this much walking. Adding cardio to his mental to-do list, he reached for the classroom door. Boom! Whoa! Adam jumped back instinctively as a wave of purple smoke seeped under the door, bringing with it the distinct smell of burnt sugar and... was that peacock feathers? Several gasps echoed from within, followed by the tinkle of shattered glass and what sounded suspiciously like something still bubbling. When he finally opened the door, he found the classroom divided between students hiding behind their cauldrons and others trying very hard not to laugh. In the center of it all stood a girl, her face and robes covered in sparkling purple residue, her notebook now sporting several smoking holes. Professor Mirwin had an arm around the sniffling girl's shoulders, somehow managing to look both sympathetic and amused. Now, Miss Chen. As I always say, if you haven't blown up your cauldron at least 100 times, you haven't really tried. Though I must say, adding the moonflower essence before the stabilizing agent was a creative interpretation of the instructions. A few poorly disguised snickers came from the back of the room, quickly silenced by the professor's raised eyebrow. "Ah, Mr. Silla," she said, noticing Adam in the doorway. "How kind of you to join us. Please find a seat before someone else discovers an exciting new way to redecorate my classroom ceiling." Everyone's eyes instinctively looked up at the various colorful stains marking the stone above. As he stepped inside, the whispers rippled through the classroom like wind through leaves. "That's him, the one who fought Damus and won. The Damus? That skinny kid? I heard he used forbidden magic. Never even talks in class. My sister," said he, glowed like, "probably just got lucky. Did you see the lightning, though? Just what kind of person did the rumors make Adam out to be?" "Silence!" Professor Mirwin's voice cut through the chatter. Her eyes settled on Adam, who had just spotted Sam, waving enthusiastically from their usual spot near the window. "It seems you've become quite popular this morning, Mr. Silla," she said. "I trust it's for good reasons." "Always, Professor," Adam replied, trying to channel his younger self's earnestness. "Good." She nodded, returning to wiping purple residue off Lisa Chen's textbook. Adam was halfway to his seat when... "Forgetting something, are we?" He turned back, perplexed. What was she talking about? His books were in his bag. His wand was... He never used a wand in his 2nd year. His thoughts scattered as he finally noticed what everyone else was wearing. The mandatory protective glasses. Of course, he was about to confess he'd left them in his room when... "I knew you'd forget," Sam whispered, pressing a spare pair into his hand. "You always do." "Thanks, Sam," Adam whispered, sliding the glasses on. Sam just grinned, already flipping open his notebook. "Now then," Professor Mirwin said, finally finishing with Lisa's cleanup. "Since Miss Chen has concluded her energetic presentation, next we have..." She consulted her list. "Ah, Mr. Silla, you've got to be kidding me." Adam had barely caught his breath from the morning marathon through the Academy's corridors. There was no helping it. Now, as he approached the demonstration desk, Professor Mirwin explained, "You'll be preparing a resonance draught today. As you know, a properly brewed potion should create harmonic vibrations when exposed to specific sound frequencies. The liquid must maintain a perfect azure hue and produce 3 distinct tonal responses when tested. This will account for 25% of your final grade, so do be careful." Behind him, Lisa's sniffling crescendoed into fresh sobs. "That's it?" He began arranging his instruments with practiced precision. "Mr. Scylla, please narrate your process for the class." "Right." He cleared his throat. "First, we need a copper-bottom cauldron for this specific brew. Iron would interfere with the sonic resonance. I'm setting the flame to exactly 3/4 strength, as the resonance draught requires precise temperature control." His hands moved with quiet confidence as he spoke, adding the base solution, pure spring water with a 3-drop measure of morning dew. The dew acts as a natural frequency conductor. "And why morning dew specifically, Mr. Scylla?" Professor Mirwin interjected, quill poised. "Because it's naturally attuned to the day's first vibrations, Professor. Evening dew would create discordant frequencies," he continued, measuring ingredients with fluid grace. "Now, powdered quartz crystal, but it must be added in a spiral pattern to establish the initial resonance field. You can see the liquid beginning to shimmer. That's the crystalline matrix forming." "Excellent observation. And the timing for the next step?" "We wait exactly 37 seconds. There's a subtle shift in the surface tension that—" He trailed off, watching intently. "Now, adding 3 clockwise stirs with a silver rod, followed by 1 counterclockwise to stabilize. The color should begin shifting toward azure, starting from the edges." The class watched as the liquid transformed exactly as described. "The critical step is the sonic essence," he explained, carefully uncorking a small vial. "It must be added drop by drop while humming a perfect middle C. This creates the base frequency the potion will later respond to." The liquid rippled with each drop, perfect concentric circles spreading outward as Adam hummed the note. "And finally," he concluded, 3 drops of liquid moonstone to lock the resonance pattern." When done correctly, he picked up a tuning fork from his kit, struck it, and held it near the cauldron. The potion swirled, producing a clear, pure tone. He adjusted the fork slightly, a different note. Emerged 1 more adjustment. A 3rd distinct tone rang out. Each one perfect and crystalline. Professor Mirwin examined the potion, its azure surface still swirling with subtle iridescence. "That's rather impressive for a 2nd year. Have you been practicing, Mr. Scylla?" "A bit lately, yes." "For about 60 years, he added mentally. "Class, take note of Mr. Scylla's precise technique. 20 out of 20. You may return to your seat." As he walked back, the whispers started again. "Did you see how steady his hands were? Perfect pitch on that humming. Show off. How did he know about the surface tension?" Adam slid back into his seat, and Sam immediately leaned over. "Dude, how did you get this good at alchemy?" "I've always been good at alchemy," Adam reminded him. "It's one of my favorite disciplines." "You're good, but not that good. That's Mia Storm-level good," Adam was about to explain when, "Mr. Harbinski." Sam froze mid-whisper. "Mr. Harbinski?" Professor Mirwin repeated, more firmly this time. "Me," Sam squeaked. "Are there 2 Samuel Harbinski in this class that I'm unaware of?" The class erupted in laughter as Sam, his face almost matching the color of his hair, stumbled to his feet and made his way to the front. Sam's presentation was a study in controlled chaos. He dropped his notes twice, accidentally added ingredients in the wrong order, then somehow saved it with quick thinking and rapid stirring. His resonance draught ended up a shade too turquoise, but still produced the required tones, if slightly off-pitch. Professor Mirwin awarded him 1620, making him beam with pride, as several classmates congratulated him on scoring third highest. The rest of the day flowed like a well-worn stream. In theoretical magic, Professor Thane went off on another tangent about the proper geometry of ancient incantations, only to be interrupted by his own demonstration, backfiring and turning his mustache bright pink. During magical history, half the class dozed off, while Professor Hans enthusiastically detailed the rise of House Borealis in 3832 BR, though they perked up considerably when she mentioned it was likely to appear on next week's test. At lunch, a malfunctioning spell made the cafeteria's self-serving plates get into an argument, with the floating drink pitchers about proper meal sequencing, resulting in several students getting their dessert before their main course. Adam found himself repeatedly explaining that no, he hadn't used any forbidden magic against Damas, while Sam helpfully deflected the more persistent questioners with increasingly outlandish theories about hamsters being involved. Where did that even come from? The afternoon brought practical applications class, where a student managed to accidentally merge his chair with his desk while attempting a simple transformation spell. It took 3 teaching assistants and a very amused Professor Kerna to separate them, though the chair maintained a distinct desk-like aesthetic afterward. By the time the final bell chimed at 3 p.m., Adam had answered 47 questions about yesterday's duel, declined 12 more challenges, and somehow acquired a small fan club of first years who trailed him between classes until Sam scared them off by claiming Adam was contagiously radioactive. Library? Sam asked as they packed their bags. We could start prepping for the exams. I found this great corner where the bookshelf actually suggests relevant readings based on your stress levels. Think I'll pass, Adam said, suppressing a yawn. Still feeling yesterday in my bones. Really? Sam studied him with genuine concern. Then yeah, definitely go rest. You look kind of pale anyway, says the guy planning an all-nighter. Hey, these runic sequences aren't going to memorize themselves. I still can't tell if Professor Thane was saying ethereal manifestation or eternal constipation in her drawing. We'll see each other tomorrow then, Adam said, watching Sam hoist his overstuffed bag. All-nighters, he thought with a slight shudder, remembering the years of caffeine-fueled study sessions that seemed to stretch into eternity. Some experiences he definitely didn't miss from his first time around. They parted at the corridor junction, Sam heading toward the library's towering spires while Adam turned toward the dormitories. Adam gratefully shed his school uniform. The black robes, white shirt, tie, waistcoat, and his ring that marked him as a Xerx student, and changed into his own clothes. Worn leather boots, comfortable dark pants, a soft gray Henley, and his favorite navy blue jacket with brass buttons. Simple, practical clothing that helped him blend in with the city crowds. Arcos, the capital of Lumeria, the Borealis Duchy, sprawled across its island like a living thing, equal parts ancient stone and modern innovation. The city had grown around Xerxes' Academy over the centuries until the two became inseparable, much like magic and progress themselves. Steam-powered trams wound through cobblestone streets. Ancient buildings, with their weather-worn gargoyles, stood shoulder to shoulder with sleek new constructions of glass and steel. The air hummed with both mechanical and magical energy, the scent of sea salt mixing with coffee from countless cafes and the ever-present undertone of alchemical experiments. In the older district, where the streets still followed their original meandering paths, tourists and locals alike gathered around the preserved farm of law, a humble plot of land that had somehow survived millennia of urban development. Its simple wooden fence and modest farmhouse seemed almost impossible amid the city's grandeur. Yet there it stood, protected by both law and legend. Children pressed their faces against the fence, hoping to spot some sign of the mysterious farmer mage who had reintroduced magic to humanity before vanishing without a trace. Some 3,000 years ago, the markets were in full swing as Adam walked through the city center, where merchants sold everything from mundane vegetables to bottled starlight. Street performers entertained crowds with minor illusions, while automated brass musicians played on street corners. Students from Xerx, easily identifiable by their rings, despite their civilian clothes, mingled with the crowd, taking advantage of their freedom to explore the city until classes. Above it all, the great lighthouse of Arcos stood sentinel at the island's edge, its eternal flame, said to have been lit by Law Borealis himself, still burning after all these centuries, guiding ships through the often treacherous waters around the Lumeria. Archipelago that consisted of an impressive 12,025 islands, with 4,672 dungeons scattered throughout. Adam wandered through familiar streets that existed now only in his memories, and wouldn't exist at all in about 40 years when the bombardments began. But today, those same streets pulsed with life. Merchants haggling over the price of enchanted trinkets. Children playing hopscotch with chalk that changed color with each jump. Elderly couples sharing spiced tea at corner cafes. There were so many restaurants to try here, more than he ever cared to count, but he wanted to discover them. He stopped at the crowd, gathering around a street performer named Old Jack. The man was creating elaborate fire dragons that danced above the audience's heads, weaving between floating rings of blue flame. Adam remembered this act. He used to be so entertained back when he would visit Arcos with his parents as a kid. A child in the crowd gasped as a fire butterfly landed on her nose, warm but not burning. "Are you a real mage, mister?" Jack smiled. "The Seeker's Stone turned silver for me when I was your age. Little one. Should have gone straight to Xerx then." He created another butterfly, this one changing colors as it flew. "But I made some bad choices, unfortunately." The girl's mother pulled her closer, whispering something about generational opportunity and secure future. It was true. Having a mage or knight in the family meant wealth and status for generations to come. It was why the Empire sent seekers every 5 years to test children across every province, every island, every remote city and village. Missing a potential mage was considered a tragedy. The crowd applauded as Jack's dragons performed one final spiral before dissolving into a shower of harmless sparks. Some things, Adam mused, had a way of working out differently than expected. He dropped a coin in Jack's hat for the nostalgia and continued his walk through the living city. It was still so entertaining. Here, a fish seller chasing a cat that had made off with his prized catch. Over there on the left, an old man feeding pigeons some breadcrumbs. A beggar sat in his usual spot, his sign reading, "We'll do magic tricks for food." Then there was the weird stuff store. Yes, that was literally its name. Someone, presumably the first Mr. Biggins, had looked at their shop 5 centuries ago and thought, yes, this is the pinnacle of creative naming. The current Mr. Biggins, from the long line of Mr. Biggins, was supposedly the 102nd owner, though nobody quite knew how that math worked out. You could buy regular candy bars right next to levitating licorice that actually tried to float away if you didn't hold on to it tight enough. They sold ordinary sandwiches alongside things like pocket dimensions, small size, perfect for lunch storage, and crystallized dragon sneezes, a sort of spicy candy. Very sour at the start and very sweet in the middle, only to end up even more sour at the end and make you sneeze fire from the nose. No longer regulatory. Suffice to say, a lot of the other things in the weird stuff store were no longer regulatory compliant these days, for obvious reasons. Yet, the store kept selling them, and people kept buying, and no problem ever arose. Then there were the Frosty's 100 flavors of frozen heaven, or hell, depending on your choices. Autumn and Sam had tried every combination possible. Cloud 9 mixed with Summer Sunset had been their masterpiece, and Lightning in a Cup, Storm Essence and Rainbow Rush that actually made you feel tiny, lightning bolts crackle between your teeth. Their worst creation? Pickle Surprise. Sam's temporary transparency and time bubble hiccups had been interesting. Though somehow that flavor had its dedicated customers. The store was called Weird Stuff. It had to cater to its demographic. Actually, you know what? Adam pushed through the door, its bells chiming their eternally unfinished melody. He found himself craving their old favorite. The flavors he wanted to mix were already front and center in the Frosty's machine. Right, the store was one of the many enchanted shops on the islands, which wasn't surprising, being neighbors with Zerk's Academy and all. The building's enchantment, generated and maintained by runes, would show you exactly what you wanted to buy, sometimes before you even knew you wanted it. Of course they were. That kind of spell was problematic these days. Mind reading, without customer consent, had been perfectly normal, maybe 50 years ago, but progressists had been pushing hard against it at this point in time. Most stores had abandoned the practice as customers grew more privacy conscious. But not the Weird Stuff store. Mr. Biggins didn't give a she. Why, hello there, young man, the old shopkeeper materialized behind the counter, his white hair sticking out in all directions as if he'd just been electrocuted. Which, given some of his inventory, was entirely possible. Hello, Mr. Biggins. It's been a while. How have you been? Oh, splendid, splendid. Had to wrestle a pocket dimension this morning. Nasty little thing tried to eat my socks. Again. But otherwise, feeling fresh as a spring chicken. Could probably take on a dragon today. He paused, stroking his beard thoughtfully, though perhaps a small one. His gaze returned to the glasses. Those have seen better days. Not like you to be careless with your things. Adam couldn't help but laugh. Classic Biggins, the man made no sense half of the time. Just went hunting last night, he replied casually. Hunting, Biggins murmured, almost to himself. How peculiar indeed. Speaking of troublemakers, Biggins continued, reorganizing an entire shelf without looking at it. Where's that partner in crime of yours? Young Sam, wasn't it? Sam's back at Zerk's, Adam replied, watching as 3 different types of candy sorted themselves out on a nearby shelf. Zerk's? Biggins stopped his stacking. Correct me if I'm wrong, though I'm only wrong on Thursdays. And this is clearly a Wednesday, unless the calendar's lying again. But aren't you supposed to be there too? Just running some errands, Adam said, moving toward the Frosty's machine and grabbing a cup. He glanced at the candy display. Could I also get a bag of those hard candies, the mixed fruit ones? Well, well, Biggins chuckled, unwrapping a piece of chocolate. That's a change. Quite the change indeed. You usually never come on a Wednesday at this hour. Become quite bold, haven't you? He laughed and popped the chocolate in his mouth, then held out the bar. Want some? It's really just errands, Adam said, pulling the brass lever for his Frosty. For a project, an important one. No doubt, no doubt, Biggins said cheerfully, still holding out the chocolate. He reached behind the counter and grabbed a paper bag, starting to fill it with candies. The bell chimed its discordant melody as a group of first years entered the store. Welcome, welcome. Biggins called out cheerfully. "Hello, Mr. Biggins," they chorused back. "That's him," one whispered to her friends, not nearly as quietly as she thought. "The one who fought with Damus." The girls huddled near the candy display, their whispers and giggles punctuated by quick glances in Adam's direction. He regretted hitting Damus in front of everyone. "You know," Biggins said casually, organizing some jelly beans that were trying to escape their jar. "It feels like just the day before yesterday you could barely look at a young lady without turning red as a flame-breathing gummy bear." He chuckled. Time does fly. Adam barely registered the comment as he placed his Frosty on the counter and accepted a piece of the chocolate. "Thanks. Though you know, merchants aren't supposed to eat their own products." Biggins let out a hearty laugh. "Ah, the tragedy of being a shop owner with an incurable sweet tooth. Can't help myself, I'm afraid." He laughed again, adjusting his spectacles. "That'll be on the house, by the way. Last customer of the day." "Closing early today?" Biggins laughed, the sound like wind chimes in a thunderstorm. "Time is just yesterday, wearing tomorrow's hat backwards." "Right," Adam said, deciding it wasn't worth trying to decode that one. He pocketed the bag of candies. "Thanks, Mr. Biggins. I'll see you around." "Welcome back," Biggins called as Adam reached the door. "But I'm leaving," Adam said, pausing with his hand on the handle. "Exactly." Biggins beamed, as if that explained everything. Adam shook his head with a smile and, catching the first year's eyes, gave them a small wave. They waved back enthusiastically, breaking into fresh giggles as he stepped out. As the door's bell chimed in 3 different octaves, he could hear their excited chatter through the closing door, and couldn't help but think that if he'd known standing up to his bully was all it took to be this popular with girls, he might have done it in his first life. The thought made him chuckle. He took a sip of his Frosty as he walked. Cloud 9 and summer sunset swirled on his tongue. Cream and citrus and something ethereal that tasted like sunlight through morning mist. Even better than he remembered, and he remembered it being amazing. But enough nostalgia. He had a cure to find. Slacked. Beneath the gleaming spires of the merchant district, and well past where cobblestone streets gave way to mud paths, there was a part of the island that tourist guides conveniently forgot to mention. Even most locals pretended it didn't exist, though everyone had heard the whispers. The Undertow, they called it. Funny thing about the Sundarian Empire, they didn't actually mind the illegal trading, the smuggling, or even the occasional theft of priceless artifacts. What really got under their skin was that sweet tax revenue slipping through their fingers. When investigations revealed that the Undertow's annual turnover equaled roughly 5% of the entire empire's economy. Well, let's just say a lot of bureaucrats needed their fainting couches that day. It had been around for centuries, they discovered, all the way back to the 23rd Duke of House Borealis. A sprawling web of underground markets and secret warehouses spreading beneath every major city in the empire. Merchants who could get you anything from legitimate artifacts to things that definitely fell off the back of a cart. Need a banned spellbook? They had those experimental potions that hadn't quite gotten ministry approval. Sure thing. Regular stuff too, though nobody went there for that. Why brave the Undertow's dangers just to buy something you could get at the corner store? Adam had never ventured there himself, in this life at least. Though he knew that in about 3 decades, when the final bombing of Arcos would tear open the ground like an overripe fruit, everyone would see what had been lurking beneath their feet. All along, a whole shadow economy, complete with its own rules, hierarchies, and a very strict no questions asked policy. The Empire had tried to shut it down countless times. Of course, trying to catch Undertow operators was like trying to grab smoke. just when you thought you had them. They slipped away through hidden passages and secret doors that seemed to appear and disappear at will. Not that the Empire's heart was really in it. As long as the goods kept flowing and society kept functioning, they mostly just grumbled about the lost tax revenue and pretended not to notice. After all, even some of their own officials were known to make discreet purchases there from time to time. Not that anyone would admit it, of course, the best way into the undertow. If you were either brave or desperate enough to try, was through the dregs, the lowest part of Arcos in every sense of the word, down where the city's grand floating platforms cast permanent shadows on the streets below, where the air hung thick with factory smoke and failed enchantments. The dregs weren't just poor. They were forgotten, the bottom rung of a city that prided itself on soaring ever higher. Here, buildings sagged against each other like rotting teeth, their walls stained with the residue of magical waste that rained down from above. Street kids played with broken enchanted trinkets, while their parents worked jobs the upper districts preferred not to think about. Adam had always been one of the fortunate ones. His father had started as just another fortune-seeking adventurer, but year after year of successful expeditions into dungeons had built him both wealth and reputation, enough of both, that he'd eventually traded his adventuring gear for a knight's ceremonial sword, while his mother's healing magic kept noble families, paying in gold and favors. They were the kind of rich that meant Adam had never had to think about being rich. The kind that got him into Xerx without a scholarship, that kept him far from places like this and the sharp lessons they taught. The kind of rich that made him an obvious target for the boy, currently sizing him up from the shadows. 3. Adam kept walking, pretending not to notice. 2. The soft scuff of worn boots behind him. 1. Aha! His hand snapped back, catching a bony wrist mid-reach. The would-be thief couldn't have been more than 13. All angles and hungry eyes, wearing clothes that looked like they'd been inherited from inheritance. "Why, hello there," Adam said. "You know you could have just asked." "Let go," the boy hissed, trying to twist free from Adam's grip. Adam released him, watching with barely concealed entertainment as the pickpocket stumbled back, face flushed with equal parts anger and embarrassment. "You might want to work on being a bit quieter. I could hear you breathing from 3 steps away." The boy's face darkened, jaw clenching. "Shut up. I'm the best pickpocket in the dregs." Is he proud of that? Is that so? The best don't usually announce it, Adam finally. "They prove it." The boy's mouth twitched in irritation. "You know what, though?" Adam continued. "Since you're the best, you probably know your way around here pretty well. Depends what you're looking for. I need to meet someone. Man named Cisco." The boy let out a dry laugh. "Right. Some pampered rich kid thinks he can just waltz in to meet Cisco. 1 silver piece." The boy's stance shifted slightly, words stumbling. "That's not." 2, 3, if you can do it today." 10, the boy said, crossing his arms. "And I'll take you straight to him." "You think a boy my age would be walking around with 10 silver pieces? How much you got then?" 3. "Final offer." "Fine," the boy huffed. "Pay up." Adam waggled his finger. "Wouldn't be very smart of me to pay before getting what I'm paying for, would it? Half now, half after. And how do I trust you?" The boy straightened his spine, chin lifting. His voice dropped an octave, attempting gravitas. "I may be a thief, a bad one." "Shut up!" His shoulders tensed, but he recovered, clearing his throat. "But I am not a liar." Each word carried the weight of practiced nobility, like he'd heard it in a street performance once and saved it for just such an occasion. Adam's eyebrow arched slightly. A beat passed. Then another. His laugh was short and sharp. "Really? That's what you're going with?" The boy's attempt at dignity crumbled. His ears turned red first, then the rest of his face followed. Just stop laughing. I meant every word. The theatrical solemnity of moments before lay in shambles around his feet. Do you need me or not? The boy snapped, fists clenched at his sides. All right, calm down. Damn, you have no sense of humor, do you? Adom flicked a silver coin through the air. The boy snatched it mid-flight, then frowned at his palm. This isn't half. I may be a clown, Adom intoned, matching the boy's earlier theatrical gravity with exaggerated precision. A good one, but I am not a liar. The boy let out a long, suffering sigh.